up first. Anybody have
Do you
any?
wanna read the opening statement first?
Oh, I'm sorry. Pursuant to Governor Baker's March 12th, 2020 order superseding certain provisions of the open meeting law, General Laws, Chapter 30A, Section 18, and the Governor's March 15th, 2020 order imposing strict limitation on the number of people that may gather in one place, this meeting of the Southborough Conservation Commission will be conducted via remote participation to the greatest extent possible. Specific information and general guidelines for remote participation by members of the public and/or parties with a right and/or requirement to attend this meeting can be found on the Town of Southborough's website at https://www.southboroughtown.com. For this meeting, members of the public who wish to listen to the meeting may do so in the following manner. https://www.southboroughtown.com/remote meetings. No in-person attendance of members of the public will be permitted, but every effort will be made to ensure that the public can adequately access the proceedings in real time via technological means. In the event that we are unable to do so, despite best efforts, we will post on Southborough's website an audio or video recording, transcript, or other comprehensive record of proceedings as soon as possible after the meetings. My lights just dimmed and came back on, so hopefully I don't lose power. Not sure why that is. Okay, back to approval of minutes of July 30, 2020. Any comments, amendments?
Look good to me.
Seeing heads going back and forth. No?
Thank you for writing them all up, Melissa.
Yep.
No small task.
No.
All right, do we hear a motion to accept and approve the minutes of July 30, 2020 as written?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Watson,
Aye.
Smith,
Abstain.
Pete. Pete,
Yes.
okay. Guyer,
We
Yes.
can't hear you, Jeffrey.
Wittes,
Yes.
Pasquamato.
Yes.
Okay. All right, so next up is 8:20.
Yeah, any comments or edits for the minutes of 8/20/2020?
I've got one small thing. In the section, well, I only have the one page printed out, but above what says new and or continued business, I forget which page number it is, somewhere around line 16, 17, 18, where it talks about the letter from the planning board. Attorney Watsky, said he hadn't seen the letter from the abutter, but I think he also made a comment about, which I thought was an interesting comment, that the planning board had no legal authority or something like that during the discussion of the letter. Does anybody else remember that? It's obviously going to be in the video if you want to check it.
So that's something you
I thought it
wanted
was
to included?
rather bold statement, but
And your point is that
we should just reference it. Just put in that he said that. That's all.
Okay.
any other comments or discussion on that point?
I think I do remember, Carl, something to that effect.
It caught my attention. I was, it was.
All right, so I'll just add the statement in that when Attorney Watsky said he hadn't seen your butter's letter and referenced that the planning board had no authority to comment.
Yeah, if you want to.
Well, I think the planning board has authority to comment. I mean,
They have the right to
everybody has
comment,
authority to
right.
comment.
They didn't have any legal.
Authority, yeah.
They didn't have any authority.
I think his point might have been, and I can't remember this exactly, so I'm just spitballing this a little bit, that his point might have been that the things that they were citing were not based on their legal authority or something. I'm just guessing. I don't really know.
Okay,
Yeah.
I'll
Basically,
go.
what this comment was.
Yeah.
I'll double check.
check the video, so make sure we get the exact,
Yeah.
something close to the exact, but it caught my attention when he said that. And I thought that should probably be, because it shows how they viewed that letter,
Mhm.
Well, if we're going to review the video and get the context of this right, let's table this till next meeting until we get
Okay.
that correct and not
Yep.
approve something that we don't have the right wording for.
All right, thank you.
Okay, so we'll table the minutes of 8/20/2020 for now. Okay, first up, 7 PM stormwater management permit, 17 Ward Road, map 50, lot 6. In accordance with the provisions of the Southborough Stormwater and Erosion Control Bylaw, Southborough Zoning Code, Chapter 174, Section 13.5, the Southborough Conservation Commission will hold a public hearing on Thursday, September 10, 2020 at 7 PM via virtual Zoom meeting on the petition of Olga Skorodsky, sorry if I butchered that, for approval of a stormwater management bid for the construction of a single-family house shown in the town's assessor's map 50, parcel 6.
All right. Good evening. This is Vito Colonna here from Cornerstone.
Hi, Vito, how are you?
Good. How's everyone doing?
Okay.
All right. So this is at 17 Ward Road. There was previously a house on the lot that was recently, in the last year or so, I think, taken down on that lot. And there's a new house kind of right next door that was previously approved maybe 2 years ago or so, somewhere around that time frame. It was all one lot, and they divided it in 2 lots, built a new house on the other lot, and now they're moving on to this one. And so the lot itself, right now, that's, like I said, it's been torn down, so it's mostly disturbed on the lot. All that remains from the old development is basically the driveway that's still there. And what they're looking to do now is put a new 4-bedroom house on there with a new driveway. They need a new septic system. We're gonna do some drainage improvements and some site landscaping on there. So the existing lot had about 1,900 square feet of impervious, and the new development would result in about 6,000 square feet. So we are increasing the impervious by about 4,000 square feet. So to mitigate that, what we've proposed is taking the roof area and infiltrating that through 2 dry wells. And we size those for the 100-year storm. And for the 100-year, we've used the newer NOAA 8.1 inches for the 100-year storm. And the roof area itself is 3,700 square feet. So it basically offsets that increase. We didn't collect the new driveway just because we wanted to just leave that disconnected the way it kind of flows right now and let it flow over the backyard, over the grassed areas, allow some natural infiltration rather than setting up some, structural BMPs and everything. And based on the analysis, we didn't need to do that to control the peak rate and the volume of runoff. All that was needed was just to take that roof area. There are no wetlands within, 100 feet of the site, so we don't have to worry about that runoff getting into the wetlands. And for disturbance areas, right now it is mostly disturbed, so there's really not that much for preservation for trees out there. So we're essentially assuming that almost the entire area would be disturbed. We're kind of showing a little area in the back that would be revegetated to create a little buffer along the back, and whatever vegetation was left would get preserved, but there really isn't too much out there right now to be preserved. Let's try to see if there's anything else. I think that's the short kind of explanation of the project. If you want me to go more detail, if you want some questions to start.
Okay, we'll open up to the commission for questions. Any questions from commission members?
No.
Carl,
No.
Ben,
Nope.
Jeffrey? Sherry?
No.
No. I don't have any questions. Do we have
I
any
don't have
questions
any
from the public?
questions
Oh,
either.
go ahead.
I
I'm
don't have
sorry.
any.
You have a question?
I don't have any questions.
Okay. Melissa, any questions from the public?
If anyone wants to make a question or comment, please use the raise hand feature. As of right now, I don't see any.
I think Luke.
Mark, this is Matt.
Yes, Matt.
So I did do a review of this, and my really only comment of any substance at all was didn't appear as though, and they had done quite a few test pits on the site, but they didn't do any specifically where the 2 infiltration systems are proposed. So I don't know if Vito wants to talk about that. I know it sounded like they may have found some ledge out there, not too deep. Just sort of thoughts about locating those where they are, if they have to be moved, if there's other spots.
Yeah, so one thing we could do, we did base it just on the septic testing, and there is some testing close to the rear dry well, but the front dry well, I'm just trying to estimate the distance. It's maybe 100 feet or so from the closest test pit. So what we could do, we could either, go out, do testing now, or we could do something prior to construction as a condition that we could do test pits and, submit those to the commission. There is room on the site. We can, adjust those around. If we hit a localized area ledge, we can kick those around. There's plenty of space out there to do that. Right now, where they are is just convenient to the house itself, but like you said, we could move those, if need be. There really isn't much for restrictions out there. So I don't know if that's something that's acceptable to the commission or not.
When do you expect to start construction?
I would assume fairly soon, this fall. I think they're looking to get going as soon as they can. Like I said, they already, they were building right next door, and their slot's already disturbed. But when I was out there, there was, I think there was one small excavator out there. I don't know if they're just storing it there for now, but I think they're ready to go whenever they get approvals.
Hey, Mark, I do have one question, if you don't mind. Just the standard question. The Board of Health approval is done?
That they did have Board of Health approval a while back. This was actually done 3 years ago, originally, I think it was, as a repair for the existing house. So we had approval on that. And now that we've done this updated plan, I don't know for 100% if they have new approval with the new house on it.
Oh.
So I don't know if they have Board of Health approval. I didn't confirm it. But it was approved previously with the old house on it. It was a repair at that time, so it's new construction now, a little different standard, but there's no reason why it shouldn't be approved.
So there's a comment in the chat that says we do have approval.
Oh, okay.
Good.
Perfect.
That's from the applicant
Yep. Okay, that's good.
for a new septic plan from Board of Health.
Yep.
Okay, good.
Are any other questions or comments? So what I'm hearing is in the issuance of the permit, we could stipulate that if you run into some issues with ledge or something like that, that you'll relocate it to an area on the lot that is suitable.
Yep. Yep, that would
Matt,
work.
does that sound acceptable? You're on mute.
Yep.
Is that a nod up and down?
You're looking for an answer for, Mark?
That to Matt's, question / issue he brought up with respect to the test pits.
Yeah, I think that's fine. Sorry.
Okay. All right, given that, I don't think we have anything open on this, so we could close the hearing. May I hear a motion to close the hearing for 17 Ward Road for the stormwater
moved.
management permit application?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor by roll call vote?
Watson,
Yes.
Smith,
Yes.
Heat,
Yes.
Guyer,
Yes?
Wittes,
Yes.
Pasamato.
Yes.
Okay.
Great. Thanks, Vito.
All right. Thank you, guys. Have a nice night.
Next up, 7:10, request for determination of applicability, MBTA ROW. In accordance with the Wetlands Protection Act, Mass General Laws, Chapter 131, Section 40. The Southborough Conservation Commission will conduct a public hearing on Thursday, September 10, 2020 at 7:10 p.m. via virtual Zoom meeting. The commission will consider a request for determination for a project along MBTA right-of-way for the applicant Keolis Commuter Services. The project description is confirming wetlands boundaries for the railroad's vegetation management plan. Excuse me.
Hey everyone, this is Matt Donovan from FDC Engineers representing Keolis.
And this is Clary Kutu representing Keolis. I'm Director of Environmental Compliance. I will be available for questions.
Good evening.
Good evening.
If I could start just by sharing my screen.
So like I said in the email, all documents had to be sent to me. So what
Okay,
do you
yes,
want me to bring up?
that's right. If you just want to bring up the map, that works. And I just wanted to make everyone aware in the commission that we do have a website that was in the submission. It's a vegetation management website that has all the vegetation management activities. That's constantly updated, and it has the 5-year vegetation management plan included in it, as well as the annual yearly operational plans and these maps that we've submitted to you. It's a handy tool, easy to navigate website where you can stay up to date on vegetation management activities all through time, but we will continue to send you the certified mail notifications that we are required to as part of the regulations. So I just wanted to point that out. You can find that website in the submission that we submitted to you. The RDA was submitted to your commission as required by CMR 11, as well as specific sections of CMR 10, which require us to submit the delineated maps to confirm the resource areas are accurate. The requirements are part of a 5-year vegetation management plan, which is designed to manage and control vegetation as necessary to keep the railroad safe. As the plan is executed, great measures are taken to keep the sensitive areas protected. The sensitive area restrictions are listed and described in detail and can be found in CMR 11.04, as well as Section 8 of the Vegetation Management Plan. The plan is regulated on all levels from federal to state to municipal. And as part of the 5-year plan, your commission, the Board of Health, the Board of Selectmen, and the Department of Agricultural Resources is supplied annually with the yearly operational plan, which is consistent with the 5-year plan and goes into a little more detail of the vegetation management activities throughout the 5-year program. You should have received this via certified mail at the beginning of this year, as we will continue to do so for years moving on. The vegetation management plan includes a integrative vegetation management approach where chemical application as well as physical and mechanical methods are used to combat the vegetation. Best management practices are used throughout the plan in an effort to limit the chemical application, which has been an objective of Keolis. The maps that we provide you with that you see on the screen were made mainly for the chemical portion of the plan. The maps were made with USGS and MassGIS layers to determine the boundaries of sensitive and protected areas. And we get a list of all private wells adjacent to the railroad right-of-way from the Department of Agricultural Resources. The maps don't often change, and we do update them and make the changes as necessary, but I can confirm that these are the same maps that your commission confirmed the last time you reviewed these maps. As you can see, there are areas that are depicted as limited spray zones and no spray zones based on the blue and the yellow colors. In the field, the railroad tracks themselves are marked with the same color-coded system as shown on these maps, and the markings in the field correspond to the same locations as shown on these maps. As a spray truck performs the application, and the applicator is certified and licensed to do this work in the state of Massachusetts. As they perform the application, there's an environmental monitor accompanying the applicator, And the environmental monitor is a direct employee of Keolis's environmental team, and they will be equipped with these maps, and they will instruct the operator as necessary. Most importantly, the yellow zones won't receive any form of herbicide outside of the track structure itself, which is federally mandated to keep clear of vegetation. And in the blue zones, the blue zones are really only sprayed on an as needed basis. The conditions really need to call for there to be any spray outside of the track structure itself in these blue zones. As far as beyond the track structure, more of an effort is taken into physical and mechanical methods in these zones. And it is important to note whether it's a 1 or 2 year interval, depending on which color blue it is. It will never be sprayed more than that interval allows. The chemicals themselves, the chemicals that are used come from the Massachusetts Department of Agricultural Resources approved sensitive area material list, which can be found on their website, as well as our vegetation management plan. And the details for those can be found. I think that's the process there. I can open the floor up to you if you have any questions regarding anything.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Any questions from commission members?
I have one, Mark, if you don't mind.
Go ahead, Carl.
All right. Just as it crosses into Ashland, right? There's on one side of the track, there's a no spray zone, but on the opposite side, which is closer to the river, it's blue. I think I know why that it is, but do you happen to know why that is like
I think
that?
they're just showing the tracks in Southborough. They haven't shown the tracks in Ashland or Westborough.
Well, if you look just as it crosses over to Ashland, right? There's just a small little yellow section there. It's down near the train station, right? Right. It shows that they can apply it on one side of it. They can't apply it on one side of the track, but they can on the other side. And the side that they can is closer to the
Oh, I see
river
your
that
point.
flows in.
I see.
Yeah, it's just an odd little thing, right?
Well,
Is that because the train station's there?
No, can I take this map?
Yep.
I'm looking at the Ashland portion of the map, and it continues to be light blue, and then it runs into yellow where the tributary, the river, crosses under the tracks.
Yeah,
So it's very similar to, it just continues on for, I think it's Nyanza. Is that Nyanza? No. It continues light blue, and then every time there's a tributary crossing under the tracks, it would be a no spray zone.
Yeah, I think his point is more that on the upper side of the drawing or the upper side of the track, it's yellow.
Yeah, but
and there's no blue water around there. And on the bottom side, it's light blue, and that's closer to the tribute.
It's
Yeah.
probably because there were obligates in that area, or either vegetation that was clearly a hydric soil, or depicted as an area that was wet. And it was marked that way. But after you cross the border, into Ashland, it's all light blue and yellow.
mm,
And another thing is that the river underneath that it is, I don't think that's the reason that these limited spray zones to begin with in that section. I think it's more so along the track itself.
wetlands next to it, right? Probably.
Right.
Adjacent, yeah.
Yeah, so Carl, looking at the map, that's that little Furman Ave stream that goes into Ashland.
okay,
So that's
yeah.
why it's yellow on that side.
Right.
Okay. All right. Okay. Thank you. Sorry. I just got. What is the black?
It's the double blue zone is dark blue, and that is at an interval of spray of every 2 years. However, those areas are most likely going to be maintained mechanically, because it's a protected area.
Oh, okay. All right. So that's it. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Any other questions from commission members? Matt from Lucas Environmental, any comments?
Yes, a couple things. One was, so this may be familiar to you guys because CSX was in very recently, basically with its exact same application. The application that they submitted, though, the mapping was much larger scale, GIS based on aerial backgrounds. And I didn't know if the commission would prefer to see sort of consistency in that. I mean, just from the discussion that Carl was having, pointing out areas, you know, a map of the scale is a little difficult to kind of drill down into. I'm sure the applicant, if they don't already have it on GIS based, I'm sure it'll be something pretty simple to do. So that's one comment. And then the other one, I guess, is just if the applicant could describe how they coordinate with CSX, where CSX is sort of has the same rights for doing the spraying and everything, how you guys coordinate so that you're not doing the same areas at the same time.
You want me to take that, Matt?
Yeah, as far as the CSX and coordinating with the CSX and Keolis, I think you would speak better on that.
Okay, so the first question was about the maps, right? So our maps are based on mileposts. We have over 103 communities. So what these maps and the scale that we're using for these maps is the best that we can do in order for us to actually depict the areas without having to do more than 1,000 maps for the entire state. Aside from that, the maps and the zones, even though you can see that it's really hard to depict the zones, these maps have been validated in the past by your commission, I believe in the field. And those markings are in the field as well. So these maps are followed by the environmental monitor. The other maps would be a little bit more complicated to follow the way they would be at the scale they are. However, that being said, the environmental monitor also has and utilizes GPS georeference areas when they're traveling across tracks. So in terms of CSX and us, we actually play nicely in the sandbox, but one of the key things that we have ensured over the past is that if we're doing the vegetation management along this area, that dispatch knows. So we can't be spraying out here without them knowing, and vice versa. So they're obviously not going to spray if we sprayed. So dispatch needs to know when we are doing the work that we're doing and vice versa, when they're doing work and so forth. So it's not duplicative, if you will.
Mark, I have a couple questions.
Sure.
Okay. Well, first, the maps I think are very difficult to read, and I don't know how CSX can come up with much more easier to read maps and closer together. And I understand that they have thousands of maps across the state, but if you're saying that they don't change very often, then if you create one set of maps, you can reissue those maps year after year. I would like to see them more detailed and closer together so that we can confirm where those yellows start and stop, because from here, it's virtually impossible. My second question is, you're claiming an exemption on 310 CMR 10.22A2, which is for activities conducted to maintain or replace or not substantially enlarge any area existing for lawfully located structures of facility use of service to the public. But that doesn't include the railroads. So how are you claiming that exemption?
Well, if you also know, along this stretch of line, you have fiber optic lines, you have PTC lines, and you have many of the utility lines that actually support the operations of the railroad. So it's based on interpretation for the commissioners to determine how they want to issue a negative determination.
So if you read in the DEP regs, it says electric, gas, water, sewer, and telephone and telegraph, and other communication services.
In other communication services. So it's based on what the commission wants to interpret, right? I'm not letting you, I'm telling you that I don't think the commissioners would argue that the railroad is not, the commuter rail is not serving the public, because it actually is serving the public. So it's based on the interpretation that the commissioners want to.
Okay. And then my second question is about, you're saying no alteration based on 10.36B, but that only pertains to the buffer zone and not riverfront. And obviously this follows the Sudbury River the complete way. So should the maps reflect the riverfront as well?
So the 333 CMR 11.0 incorporates the Wetlands Protection at Resource Areas. So well, actually, I don't think you can upload that. But if you were to address the VMP and look at the VMP and read the VMP, there's different zones, and the different colored zones are for the distance between those resource areas that are protected. So that's how these markings have been delineated in the past.
Okay. And then my other question is about mechanical mechanisms, because it should be, that should be, so hold on. I know you've had issues in other towns, and that's why I've been looped in on this.
Actually, I've had 32 towns, and they've all given me negative determinations. So we haven't had issues.
Not in Weston or Newton or Westboro?
No, actually, Weston had a positive and negative determination.
Because herbicides and hand pulling is one of the allowed uses, but mechanical was not outlined in that. So that was my question, how you were overcoming that.
Outlined where?
Sorry, I just moved it, so I lost it.
It's okay.
I'm sorry, I'm gonna have to, you have to give me a minute. Maybe somebody else would like to talk while I find that.
Well, Sherry's looking for that reference. Excuse me, anybody else have further comments, questions?
Well, just since the map doesn't have a legend with it, what's all the orange stuff? I'm trying to figure.
The map does have a legend. It's just on the side.
You have to look sideways.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, sorry. Oh, there it is. Sorry, it was just out of sight. National wetlands, okay.
But we use both Mass GIS and the National Wetlands.
All right.
Any other members?
Yeah, just asking for a quick clarification. So did you combine the aerial coverage of both the through MassGIS, the DEP wetlands layer and the National Wetlands Inventory layer? Is that? You
Yes,
combined the coverages?
Yes, in this case, they're very, the layers are actually very similar. If not similar, they're the same.
Okay, thank you.
While Sherry still looks, any comments from the public? Any hand raised, Melissa? No. Sherry, did you find it?
just move on from me. I'm sorry. I should have queued that up better.
Do you have anything from memory with respect to that, the mechanical?
I remember reading somewhere that the -2 determination was more for along the lines of non-being disturbance. So hand pulling and herbicides would not be as disturbing as mechanical. So that would be more of more of a positive determination, saying that yes, we agree that the wetland boundaries are where they were, but that the mechanical will alter the wetland. But I can't find the.
Wait,
So
what do you mean?
in
So
terms
you-
of the, I'm sorry, Chairman, go ahead.
I was just asking for some clarification as to what Sherry's referring to with mechanical. So my interpretation of that was, some basic means, and I'll be kind of rudimentary on this, is bending over, grabbing the plant and pulling it out of the ground. Therefore, the dirt that was around the roots pops up.
Yeah, we would
Is that
never
essentially
do
what
that.
we're talking about?
We would never do that. We have over 5,000 acres of railroad to maintain. I cannot see my personnel doing that, and it's not the practice we follow. But
So can you
you're
describe
right
what
in
the
saying-
mechanical removal is?
Right, so they use hand tools and they use high rail equipment, so they don't disturb. Sorry about the train.
Just a
They-
train. Very appropriate.
So we don't disturb the ground. Actually, we have best management practices. I encourage you to read the VMP. Maybe that will satisfy some of the curiosity and help you. But in all honesty, the work that's done over on the high rail, we do not disturb the wetlands. If we need to cut any vegetation back because it's within a no spray zone, it will be done protecting the zones as much as possible without implying the safety of the passengers and the employees, because that's the sole purpose of serving the public safely.
You describe the system you have for applying the herbicide?
Yes, actually, in the VMP, and I'm sorry because Matt wanted to show you the website, but I believe that the application letter actually had actually maybe I can, you know what? I'll copy it and put it on the chat. Would that work?
I can open it up. I know he sent me the email.
Yeah, and I'll put it on the chat because that way it's recorded, right?
Mhm.
Okay, so I'll put the VMP on the chat because that's really important. And tomorrow, actually, there's a public hearing. I believe Dot from Dorothy McGlincy from MAC was going to send that to all commissioners. So I'll just go ahead and include that in the chat for all of you to be able to access. Okay. So for the commissioner that asked the question about how is the spray done, there is, if you scroll down the vegetation management plan, there is actually a figure, either figure 2 or 3, that actually depicts a profile of the tracks and how the sprays are done on the roadbed. It's good late night reading if you wish. You can continue.
Trouble sleeping, right?
All right. Nope. Keep going. Okay, there it is.
Yep, is that
Right
it?
there. Yeah, yeah. So the booms in the high rail chemical spray truck, the booms can be moved in or out. So it can go as far as the shoulder ballast, or it can be pulled back in if there is any area that is considered wet. So there are very specific protocols that the certified applicator needs to ensure they manage and document on a daily basis. So if the area is wet, they cannot spray. Actually, we wouldn't go out if it's raining or if it rain and it's saturated. But if there are areas that are wet, the environmental monitor will ask them to pull up those nozzles towards the center so that it will only be from tie to tie, because we cannot allow vegetation along the roadbed specifically from tie to tie. Does that answer your question?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
Since the last time you came to the Southborough Conservation Commission and seeked a approval to do the spraying or a negative determination, is anything of the process different now than it was then?
No, it's just more information. Since 2015, a lot of the communities, rightfully so, have received a lot of, or have been very concerned with the amount of tree cutting and vegetation cutting, and especially on the Fitchburg main line and the Worcester main line, simply because it hardly ever was done in that fashion. But the safety, we've been mandated to control the vegetation significantly because it had to be done. And we had significant safety hazards that needed to be addressed. So the state of Massachusetts and Governor Baker and FMCB actually invested significant capital monies to be sure that we were not going to repeat what we had back in 2015. So it shocked a lot of the communities because they had never seen, the vegetation cleared in the past. So so this year I'm doing the presentations to answer those questions.
And have you gotten approvals from Ashland and or Westboro as yet?
Westboro, I think we're next week, maybe. Ashland, we did.
Westboro, you're pushed till October.
Oh, okay.
So based on the presentation, you're not proposing any tree cutting along this section right now, right?
No, I think they already did the tree cutting.
Okay, all right. It's all done, okay.
Okay, so are there any outstanding questions or issues that need to be resolved before we can move forward on this, or does it need to be, continued to another meeting until we get some resolution to questions or answers?
Do you want each of us to?
Well, Russ is talking, but we can't hear him.
Oh.
I'm all set, thanks.
Oh, okay.
I have a question. Did CSX get the exemption of the local fees?
CSX is private and interstate commerce. So I don't know.
We did waive, or we didn't necessarily not waive, but we didn't require them to pay the local fees.
I do believe, and I'm trying to check what was the determination given in 2015. I believe it was a +2 and a -5, but I'll confirm that in a minute. I don't know if you have that present, that you can confirm that.
But when you say a positive 2, -5, is that by vote? Is that what you're referring to?
Right, yes, sir.
Or is that what was checked off on the determination?
Right, on Form 2.
It's
Do you know,
loading.
Melissa?
Yeah, it's loading. It's just I have so many things open.
Okay.
Oh.
-3 and 5, I have here. -3 and 5.
Yeah, that's what I see.
Yep.
And it was a 21-day notice is required prior to the start of the control program was a condition.
Can you restate that?
It said 21-day notice is required prior to the start of the control program.
Okay.
And that was the only, and they did put the exemptions on there, which was number 5.
Okay. Anybody see any reason to deviate from what was done in 2015?
I don't agree with the -5, but that was the only part I don't agree with.
Is there a particular reason for that?
Yeah, I guess I think that it's not under the act. I don't think that you meet that qualification. Now, I do think that the RDA is fine, and I think you need this work needs to get done. Don't get me wrong. I just don't think that box applies.
-5 can be provided with the specific exemptions you clarify. So I'm wondering if in the Form 2 previous to this application, it specifically said 10.28, or it was a different one. What was the exemption included in the Form 2? Because that may clarify for Ms. Ridis.
Yep.
Yep. That may help clarify that.
Disclosed.
So under 5, when you check the box, you can put the exemptions applicable.
Yep, it closed down, so it's just coming back up.
Right. So the commission can vote for either one of the exemptions under 5.
So previously, they did the 10.036A, B, and 10.053A2, and 10.586A.
Thank you.
And are those the same exemptions that are being sought after here?
Yes. For most part, you can pick the exemptions you wish to utilize. Those are the most common used.
Yeah, that didn't really answer my question. My question was, does this application follow the results of the 2015 application, or is there a different
Yes.
exemption here? Are they the same?
Yes. Yes.
It's not in front of me, so I can't see it. So it's a very hard thing to do Zoom wise here. So
The VMP regulatory reference does not change. And the VMP requirements and protections under 131G, MGL 131 do not change either. So
Sherry, you're basically taking an exception to the fact that the railroad doesn't qualify for that exemption.
Yeah, I guess that's from the discussions I've had with other
Right.
communities. I don't know how you get around that. I'm not legally, but I think it's not, I think the act isn't written to include you. Now, I think it probably should, but I don't think it does at this moment.
But you don't need to put 10.02 You can put the same ones you put in 2015.
Yeah, you just spit a lot of numbers at me before, so I couldn't follow that. I'm not gonna lie.
It's in front of you. It's
This one I can
bullet
see.
bullet number 2, instead of using that one, which is the one you're having difficulties, or not difficulties, but you feel like it's not applicable, you can still utilize the exemptions under 10.58, which are actually in the application as well.
So does that satisfy the issue?
Okay, Mark. Yep.
So
Okay,
you're
so-
just looking to do the exemptions that we did in 2015?
That's a good picture.
Hey,
Oh,
Melissa, what are you doing?
Does it show that really? Damn it.
It did.
Okay,
It did.
okay, cool.
You're just seeing if we're
There's
paying
many things
attention.
going on.
That's quite refreshing. Thank you.
It's me and my cousins.
Yeah, so I think what we're coming to conclusion on is it would be the same exemptions that there were in 2015.
Okay, that's 2 of them.
So based on that, do I hear a motion of a negative determination?
So moved.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
All right, so we need a vote by a roll call.
Watson,
Yes.
Smith,
Yes.
Pete.
Yeah.
Dyer,
Yes.
Gregory,
Here. Yes.
Wittes,
yes.
Basamato.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you all. Have a good night.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, next up is request of determination of applicability, 11B Bigelow Road, map 60, lot 6A. In accordance with the Wetlands Protection Act, Mass General Laws, Chapter 131, Section 40, and the Southborough Wetlands Bylaw, the Southborough Conservation Commission will conduct a public hearing on Thursday, September 10, 2020, at 7:15 p.m. via virtual Zoom meeting. The commission will consider requests for determination for a project at 11B Bigelow Road, map 60, lot 6A, for the applicant Christopher Shea. The project description is installation of an in-ground pool. Do we have anybody here for that?
Can you hear me? Mary Ann DePinto?
Yes.
Hi there.
Hi.
I was raising my hand for the railroad. I used to work for DEP and I went out on 5 different requests for determinations on the railroad with a little truck that they put on the rails, and saw those plates that are on the side of the rails telling them when to spray and when not to spray. And anyway, that was a long time ago. I believe the department has some sort of guidance on vegetation management plans and railroads that if you're looking for additional information. I was trying to find it on my computer while everybody was talking, but I couldn't come up with it. Anyway, so yeah, there we go. My job basically was to find the wetland, and after the tropical storm we had, it was a little challenging. Well, the wetland was obvious. The upland was difficult. Some trees had come down and literally littered the center of the slope significantly. But I was able to flag the boundary of the wetland, and I went back out there and actually used my cell phone GPS to pinpoint each one of the flags. They have Latin long, and I actually put them on an aerial photograph to give you and I emailed it in, I believe, to give you an idea of where the wetland is, but it's definitely at the toe of slope. it's a very steep slope down, and there are a couple of seeps that I was able to follow up the seeps, but generally it's right at the toe of the slope. And the applicant's proposing a pool and a fence. All of that is to be located on the lawn that's existing. And there will be erosion control measures at the top of the slope, just beyond that fence line, so that they can actually install the fence, but it's just a matter of like 2 feet beyond the edge of the fence. It can be silt fence and straw wattles if the commission prefers that.
Okay. How far away from the wetland is the limit of disturbance and construction? I see the pool looks to be 74 feet.
Yeah, one flag is 74 feet. The fencing itself is an additional, I'm not sure how far out from the pool itself that fencing goes. It's still up on the lawn, but it doesn't look like it's even a quarter of the way along that 74 feet.
Because I imagine within that fence, they're going to have some patio area or some patio blocks or something for,
An apron,
you know, plantings and things like that.
Chris J, you there?
Hey, guys. Yeah, can you hear me?
There we go.
Yeah.
Thank you. And welcome. Yeah, so there will be hardscape around the pool. But my yard was built on fill back in 1978. And we have a flat area there. So if we put the silt fence around there, there's plenty of room for us to put the hardscape in between, you know, the fence and the pool.
When you say hardscape, are you meaning, is that a cement apron around the pool?
Yeah, you know, we haven't determined what that is yet, whether it's going to be concrete or whether it's going to be crushed stone. And I don't have the decision-making capability to tell you what it's going to be as of yet. But likely with any pool, you let the ground settle and that hardscape will go in next year, I believe.
I've got a question. I'm seeing 12 feet of elevation change. And just judging by the immediacy of the house, I'm guessing most of the earthwork is going to be filling on the back side, on the downhill side, to sort of support the pool and patio area. That would sort of make sense to me anyway.
There's no fill.
Excuse me?
There is no fill.
Well, you got 12 feet of grade change from one corner of the fence to the opposite corner, kind of going diagonally through the pool. It's a big elevation change. And my question is, how is that going to be handled? Is it going to be a retaining wall? Is it going to be graded out at 3-to-1? Or and where is the limit of that grading going to end up? Because we don't have any proposed grading shown on the plan.
Yeah. So
Ben, this is Matt. If I just interject here real quick, I think part of the issue that you're having, and that I think Melissa and I both had in reviewing this to a certain degree, is that obviously the plan is not sort of the typical plan we see. So it's really not showing the current existing conditions out there. There's a flat area behind the house here, but it doesn't really show on this plan. So it's, you know, as far as where the wetland is, how far the work's going to be from it, all of that stuff is very difficult to glean from the plan that was submitted. So I don't know if that's maybe the first point of discussion that the commission needs to determine as to whether this plan is sufficient or if something a little bit more detailed is necessary.
yeah, thanks, Matt. It seems like this plan was built upon the original plot plan before our house even went in back in the 1970s. So if you look at that checkered line that outlines where the fence is, that's all a plateau. So the house sits on, you know, a very flat area there, and then it goes downhill towards the wetlands.
And that there won't be a retaining wall necessary to support that then?
No, not that at least McCarthy Pools does not, you know, they don't warrant that, no.
Sure. Okay, that was my question. I was afraid the grading was gonna look, assuming this was the existing condition plans, I thought the grading, you'd be chasing it downhill, that's all.
Yeah, no, I
Thank you.
agree. I agree.
So I guess the question that I have is, you're seeking a request for determination of applicability here, assuming you're looking for a negative determination. But what I'm seeing is that the swimming pool, the excavation for that, this is an in-ground pool, I assume.
Correct.
Yeah. So the excavation of that, and then the landscaping work around it, and installation of the fence and so forth. The majority of it, if not all of it, is in the buffer zone. So I'm just wondering why we're not looking at a notice of intent here.
Yeah.
So usually when the pool is about 75 or further, we can do the RDA if we have the appropriate plan. And that's what my initial discussions with Marianne was, that the
Yeah.
pool itself was going to be 75 feet or further.
Yes.
Other comments or opinions from commission members?
This is all on existing lawn, right?
Yes.
Version of it.
One more question, just have to rely on you not having the grading here. Access for the excavation spoils to truck those away. I just can't tell between the driveway and that pool area, is there clear access, or is it going to involve, kind of making a mess to get an access down there?
No, my driveway would, in fact, if you're not careful, when it's all done, there'll have to be a wall to make sure cars don't just drive right into that swimming pool.
Okay, so same elevation and easy access to the pool area?
Absolutely, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, where's the plumbing, the filter and all that stuff? Is there gonna be a little
Yeah,
building?
so I'm tilting my head, so if we,
Can you rotate
north is straight to the, how do I say this? It's to the left, right? So to the east of the pool will be the filter, and then any overflow will go to the southeast of the pool. So do you see that 145 and the 25 numbers? That's roughly where it's all gonna go.
So no building, or you're not gonna put up a enclosure for it, or it's gonna be out in the open?
Well, yeah, we're hoping to get away with one of those small sheds just to house the filter and give the kids a place to change in.
Yeah, that probably should be on the plan.
So yeah, I submitted a I submitted a very rough drawing of what we were thinking of, but it's not on this plan. And I was only able to, I had to talk to the pool guy just today. So I just got an answer from him. He thinks it's going to be right on those numbers, 145 and 25. Small structure. We're not looking to build a gazebo or anything like that. If that's the case, we'd have to come back to you guys.
So in so much as you were saying the hardscaping would potentially be done much later, would there be a separate RDA for the hardscaping?
This is Chris, the homeowner. I don't know if that's what's required. Then that's certainly what we'll go through. But we were told that it's best to let the pool settle for a year, or at least 6 months before you apply the hardscaping. If you guys are okay with the permit now, then we can go ahead and But we don't intend on putting a hardscape in this autumn.
Yeah, well, but
that's very typical.
Yeah, that's fine, but it could be on the plan what you intend to do. That way we don't get any surprises, because sometimes we get a.
The fence is showing that, Carl.
Pardon me?
The fence is showing what the limit of the work is going to be for the pool and the hardscaping and landscaping.
Yes.
So what is the distance from the
Where-
wetland
Where
to
does
the
it say
fence?
that?
5-foot fence, access doors to be
Alarmed.
alarmed.
Yeah, it
So that's
doesn't
the
show.
fence, that dotted line.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's gonna be, you know, the
About
pool
50.
where you put your chairs or whatever, you know.
Yeah.
We just don't know what the distance is from the wetland to where the edge of that fence is going to be.
Yeah.
It's
That seems like
74
an
feet to the edge
important
of the pool.
Yeah.
From that wetland flag, that which
flag.
appears to be the furthest away.
The chair.
Yes,
One other comment that I had in my review, a couple things. One was the plan doesn't show any erosion controls or details of erosion controls.
Yeah.
And two, I know on other projects has been quite a bit of discussion on if the pool needs to be pumped out, where that water is going to go. And especially where we have such a steep slope immediately adjacent and the wetland at the toe of the slope. I think that's probably worth some discussion on this one as well.
and whether or not the pool is a saltwater pool or a chemical pool.
It's a saltwater pool. I believe the overflow is going to be to the southeast. And then I think, Matt, you might be able to help us out when we're standing there on the lawn. Roughly how far down do you think the wetlands were?
That's really hard to judge. I mean, that's what typically is surveyed in. I don't even know how you, that 74 feet that's shown, is that an actual measurement or that's just scaled off the plan?
Uh,
I think they came from the pool guy.
Yeah, that came from the pool. No, Matt, I was just asking when you were out on the property and you and I were on the lawn.
Yeah.
I'm kind of bad at distance, but I would say it was, obviously downhill 50 feet. I don't know, 25 feet. I'm not sure.
Yeah, it's hard because it's so steep, you can't even pull a tape on it because it's at such an angle.
Right.
Yeah, I would say that probably that fence is maybe within 50 feet of the wetland, but that's just a guess. I think that's why, probably Mary Ann, when you did when you located the wetland flags,
Yes.
did you locate any known points like the building or anything?
I did locate a whole bunch of known points and I thought I sent it in via email. I actually went back out there with a GPS program that I put into my phone, an app, and I pinpointed all the flags and you can see the flags in relationship to the house. I can try to send that.
There it is. Now we see it. We see it. Thanks.
This is at the very bottom of the picture. You can only see a little portion of the house. I had to actually photograph it because I couldn't email it for some reason.
But did you take GPS, did you do a point like you did at the wetland flags at like a corner of the house?
No, that would have been a wonderful idea. There is a scale on the one that I have here. See if I can send this to you. Maybe.
I just think typically the commission always requires a little bit higher level of plan detail than what we have here. But
If we're going to do a negative determination, it'd be better to have more specific plans so that we know what we're determining on. The more specific it is, the more we're assured that we know what we're saying is a negative determination.
Well, for one person, I'm really struggling given the pool, the plan, and what I'm hearing is the steepness of the terrain out there behind the plateaued area of the pool to have this be a negative determination. I just can't see my way through that.
Yeah, I agree, Mark. I'm really struggling here to kind of feel as though I've got a solid baseline to be, making
And it's saying that, I know the homeowner wants to move forward. I know that pool installations this year are at an all-time high and getting them scheduled and so forth. Having him go back to prepare better plans and things to seek a negative determination moving forward, maybe it's just better to go ahead with a notice of intent so that we can get this through the next meeting so that, the installation can still happen this fall.
Yeah,
That's just thoughts I have.
No, I appreciate that, Mark, and I don't put in swimming pools ever. So I appreciate the advice, and if that's what you're telling me to do, that's fantastic. I don't know how to get that done, and disappointed in the level of detail that we have in front of us to get this done today. So,
Right.
One of the difficult things is getting the wetland delineated. It sounds like that's been done.
Right.
Now you just need to get an accurate plan with, the detailed elevation lines and so forth, pre and post pool installation. And
I don't think the topography is going to change at all, but what you do need is the relationship of the wetland flags to the work. And the
that and where we put the siltation fences and things,
Right, exactly. It
We
needs,
need the existing topography. I mean, we need contours that show
Yeah.
the existing topography.
right, yes,
overlaying the work on something that was done in 1978 that does not represent what's in the field is very difficult to work with.
I think we could probably give you some guidance so that if you were able to submit an NOI for our next meeting, we could get through in one meeting. And things like, we told you that some of the information we'd like to see in the plans, but also the location of erosion controls, of where access to the work's going to take place and so forth. I'm pretty comfortable we'd be able to get you in and out in one meeting. And I hope that would allow you to make your schedule work for this year. I think Mark has identified the quickest path to do that.
all right. So erosion controls and elevations, the current elevations. Okay.
and the access to the work, off your driveway, showing where the driveway is, showing where where the filter and so on is going to lie, or the little structure next to the pool, all the little details that didn't make it.
Yeah, no, I sent in a drawing based on what the pool guys told me, but I couldn't tell you what the actual elevation is of my house. I couldn't tell you that.
So maybe one suggestion would be, Melissa, if you would be able to, outside of this meeting, maybe help Chris by sharing an example of the sort of plan that we normally see, because I think that perhaps will help him understand what it is that we're looking for.
Yep, absolutely.
Essentially, you need a survey.
Yes.
And put on a plan.
Yeah.
So.
Do I hire the survey from the town of Southborough, or can I just hire a survey guy?
You need to find a civil engineer that can do the survey for you. The town doesn't have any resources like that available.
No, I just want to make sure whoever I use comes to you with the level of, I want to hire some guy that's not certified. So if there's a,
I see what
you know what I'm saying, right?
I'm sure, Melissa, I don't know if you are permitted to do that, but you could certainly maybe provide Chris with a listing of all the different engineers that have come before the commission in the last 12 months, because we see a lot of them.
Yeah, Chris, I'll send you a list of people who have submitted things recently.
Fantastic. Thanks, guys. I appreciate that.
And I have a couple of surveyors too that you can check in with too.
Okay.
All right.
So I think that we can do this two ways. Either we could vote that it's a positive determination of applicability, or you could just withdraw the application.
If we withdraw, we can submit a notice of intent.
Right.
We've notified abutters already. Can we continue this to a new form being submitted, or?
No, because it'll be a different application, unfortunately.
Yeah. We gotta go through the abutter notification and notice in the paper and all that again.
Yeah, unfortunately, there isn't any way around that.
Yeah. Is there a way of submitting the information you're looking for by continuing the request for determination, or will it result in a positive anyway, potentially? And
Well, that was my concern, right?
Yeah.
So not having enough information here now, I didn't want to provide bad guidance.
yeah, I know.
You know, and
Yeah.
say, you know, we'll continue it. We receive the information and then it's a positive determination and then it's another 3 weeks to get the
Right.
NOI done.
Yeah.
So one option that you could do is you can still keep it open and I guess pending a new plan, go through me and I can, once we determine those distances, if it is maybe further from the wetland, at that 75 feet, then maybe an RDA would be okay. But when it is encroaching into that closer zone with the fence and the hardscape, that's when it gets to the NOI
Yeah,
territory.
I got a feeling the fence is going to be at 50 feet at least. So, yeah. So if that's typically what you require a notice of intent, then we should just go that route.
Yeah, and then, if you're at 50 feet, then that's, basically only 30 feet away from our 20-foot no build. So, that's really starting to squish things down.
Yeah.
So,
The fence is, the intent of the fence is to contain everything inside of it too. So there'd be nothing beyond it.
I really think in terms of, time, because I think
Yeah.
the idea is to get the pool installed this fall so it can settle over the winter and you can use it next
Yeah.
spring. I think the best guidance I can provide, if the other commission members agree with me or not, is the NOI
Withdraw.
route.
Okay, so Chris, do you want to withdraw the request for determination and file the notice of intent?
Yeah, no, yeah, I'll follow Mark's guidance there. I appreciate it.
Yeah, that makes the most sense.
Yeah, and
Okay.
my daughter's father-in-law is in the pool business and he's swamped.
Mm.
No, my pool guy told me that they'd be digging in July. So
Yeah, there you go.
there we go.
Uh-huh.
Kids love me right now. All right. So Marianne, you know what we need to do here as far as the withdrawal and the intent?
Yeah, well, we should send something in writing saying we're withdrawing our request for determination. And we'll be filing a notice of intent.
Yeah, I'll follow up with you guys tomorrow morning just to make sure all the ducks are in a row and we'll get you
Perfect.
on the right track.
Okay, sounds good.
Okay?
Thanks, guys.
All right,
Thanks for your
thank you.
Thank you.
Good night.
Cheers.
All right, next up is continued notice of intent, Bigelow Road, map 49, lot 19. In accordance with the Wetlands Protection Act, Mass General Laws, Chapter 131, Section 40, and the Southborough Wetlands Bylaw, the Southborough Conservation Commission will conduct a public hearing on Thursday, September 10, 2020, at 7:25 p.m. or a little later than that, via the virtual Zoom meeting. The commission will consider a notice of intent for a project located at Lot 5, Granule Road, previously part of 26 Granule Road, map 50, lot 51, for the applicant Whitney Street Home Builders, LLC. The project description is construction of a single-family home, septic, and associated improvements, and an installation of an impervious
Okay.
barrier to contain breakneck
I
from
think
the
you-
disposal area. Somebody
This one.
saying something.
I think you
Skip
started
Bigelow?
reading the wrong one.
Oh, I'm sorry, I am.
Okay.
Okay, in accordance with Wetlands Protection Act, Mass General Laws, Chapter 131, Section 40, and the Southborough Wetlands Bylaw, the Southborough Conservation Commission will conduct a public hearing on Thursday, September 10, 2020 at 7:20 p.m. via the virtual Zoom meeting. The commission will consider a notice of intent for a project located at Bigelow Road, map 49, lot 19, for the applicant Robert Stewart. The project description is construction of a gravel trail and viewing platform for Solf. I had made a bad note, sorry.
All right. I'm Robert Stewart. Since last time, we have gone back to the site, and on page 2 here, we have gotten a much more detailed plan. I'm not sure if Jesse's here, but he can probably speak more about that than I can. But we've gone back and done a much more detailed plan that is to scale. And we've also measured out areas for the parking, which was a concern last time, which is on page 10 here. And we've also gone down and found and measured all of the invasives for the invasive removal and mitigation for the possible disruption of the wetlands we would be causing by installing the platform. And to address the beaver concern, as part of the platform section, we have measured out how high the platform is above the existing water line. And this was right after the tropical storm and one other rainstorm. So the water level was pretty high back there. And as you can see on page 5, there is a picture of where the platform is going to address any concerns of, is it actually in the physical wetland? And you can see here that there is wild grape. There's a honeysuckle and a rose bush to the right. So there's not like traditional wetland plants in there. It is very much like your woodland, edge of woodland plants. It is, however, in the zoning of the wetland, so.
How much area is usually required for a parking space? I feel like I should know that, but I actually have no idea. Does anybody know?
9 feet by 8 feet for a standard stall and 8 feet by 16 feet for a so-called compact stall is typical. So a width of either 8 feet or 9 feet and a length from 16 to 18 feet. It's pretty close to 2 spaces.
We have pretty close to 2 spaces there for the parking area, depending on how the people park. You can also see that there is the rocks and a few granite slabs that have been discarded over there that we will be using to kind of mark the boundary of the parking area, which would alleviate any concerns for 42 Bigelow Road of people parking and trespassing on their property. So we can create a perimeter. And this also, we do have a little bit more land over to the left of the parking spaces we've drawn out here that could be used if need be. But for the purposes of this project and what we've marked out, we only use the center 20 to 30 feet of the access way and the center 40 feet up at the top. So we didn't even put any plans for building on the flares or near either of the abutting properties to alleviate any chance of crossover onto anybody else's land. But the map on page 2 was done with a GPS and it's very accurate. And that is a map that follows exactly along the posts that we've laid down for the trail plan. And as you can see, that runs straight down the center of the property.
Robert, do you know exactly where the boundaries are from the street? Is there any markings in the street that you have found? Granites, iron rods, concrete bounds, anything?
There is no markings on the street. you can see from the Mass GIS maps that the flares go over almost 244 Bigelow's driveway and close to 42 Bigelow's driveway. So we use those as jumping off points. And there also is a stone wall to mark the corridor down to the wetlands that lines up perfectly with the border down along the bottom. So using compass bearings and measurements, we found the corridor. That's also why, as I mentioned earlier, we made sure to keep all of our construction of the parking spaces within the center 40 feet of an 88-foot flare up against the road. That way we have absolutely no chance of crossing over the flare onto somebody else's land.
I appreciate that, and I know you're trying real hard here. I guess I'm just uncomfortable with the fact that you really can't 100% confirm the boundaries of this property. And while GIS is a great tool, it is exactly that. It's a tool. It's not 100% accurate, and it sometimes can be off by feet. I'm just not comfortable with that in the front. And my other issue is that in the back, you can't confirm 100% where the wetlands are. They haven't been delineated. So this is an NOI that shows a project that overpasses wetlands, and we don't actually know where the wetlands are.
So I could jump in to follow up Sherry's point if you guys are okay with that.
Sure, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. So to address her point, we made, as Robbie mentioned, a very conservative estimate for where the path is going to be built. So to her point that it could be off perhaps a certain percentage of a distance, maybe in the feet area, we really cut a conservative width through the parcel plot to make sure that where the plot would be developed, the path rather would be developed, wouldn't even come close, even within a certain range of error to the borders. So I think it well considers any sort of error that may or may not come with the Mass GIS parcel data and GPS points that we collected. And it's a very, very conservative estimate.
I think the path, you probably did a wonderful job on that, but at the street with parking, especially since trespassing has been brought up by abutters, I don't know if that's enough.
If I could speak to Sherry's point also, I had quite a bit of experience with Mass GIS data and parcel maps and so forth. So the parcel maps, these are not survey plans. They weren't put together by a surveyor. They're not based off of deed information in most cases. What they are, they're tax maps, and they're meant to show the relationships of parcels to each other. The updates are done sort of infrequently, especially here in town. They're handled through the Department of Public Works, and they once in a while will send a batch of updates off to Mass GIS to incorporate in their database of information. But Sherry's point is absolutely correct that, you know, even if you located the exact point depicted on Mass GIS, there's, frankly, I've encountered plenty of situations where it's off by, you know, not a foot or two, but 10 or 20 feet even. I don't have any reason to expect that's the case here, but, you know, as far as plans, geez, trying to find a less expensive way for you to do this. I mean, the plans of properties on the road are you can probably find at the Worcester Registry of Deeds. It's online, and you can find actual survey plans that were prepared by a surveyor using monuments like Sherry mentioned, like iron pins and stone bounds and so forth. I share her concern, especially with the parking area being right adjacent to the property line. Mass GIS data, it simply, it doesn't give you any assurance that you're going to be on the property. And I wish I didn't have to tell you that, because I appreciate the level of work you put into this, but it's, we're in such a tight space here that I simply, I just can't get myself comfortable with that, given the limitations of, yeah. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
Up along the flare, along the road, we have an 88-foot stretch along the road that includes the flares, and that is where the parking area is going to be. And we made sure that all of our parking is within the inner 44 feet. So that actually does give us 12 feet of leeway on either end, to account for the fact that the Mass GIS maps might be a few feet off.
Well, if I could interject a little bit here. For an NOI, we typically require, a little bit more, or maybe a lot of it more, engineering than what we're seeing here with respect to wetland bounds, property line verification, and those sorts of things. I would not be comfortable moving forward with this and setting this kind of precedent. It would open us up for other applicants coming in and saying, well, you did it here, why don't you let us do the same thing? We typically require, and especially with a tight area like this, I mean, this is a long pathway going over and around and down to wetlands in a very wet area that we should know where the wetland boundaries are, and also where the soft property is here with respect to the neighbors.
Well, I think Jesse can
Sherry's
talk a
spot
little
on.
bit.
Yeah. Can I jump in? This is Jesse Robertson. One of the concerns we discussed at the SOLF board meeting yesterday evening was when we were out there, Robbie referred to finding the center point of the parcel, the center point of the flares. So we actually were using a 100-foot tape measure and basically standing from the edge of one property driveway to the other abutter's driveway. And then further down the property, we found a good clear point, which we described in the sort of the description of the corridor, where we actually measured 30 feet between what was being used on either by the abutters on either side. So one of our concerns, if the commission wants us to go to the extent of doing a formal survey, is we're quite certain we will find encroachment on one side or the other. And that sends us down, or both for that matter, and that sends us down a path that we're not necessarily interested in pursuing for such a simple project as putting in a trail and a viewing station. And I absolutely understand the commission's concern about setting a precedent. But in this case, and in the case where we may have minor encroachments that SOLF isn't terribly concerned about, it's a lot to start down that road.
Our local bylaw, in fact, requires a stamped survey, is my recollection. I don't have the book right in front of me. Sherry, you recollect the Wetlands Protection Act, WPA Form 3. It requires a plan stamped by a registered professional engineer, correct?
I believe so, yes.
Yeah, it does. It does. And our bylaw also has a similar requirement where I just,
No, but the commission can also waive that requirement in the WPA.
Right. And trying to
I
think
believe
of,
the commission has historically, or other commissions have historically done that with other wetland projects.
To be clear, that requirement would only apply to the wetland piece. I don't think we have actually necessarily a whole lot to say about what goes on next to the road, do we?
Right, right.
Strictly speaking. But for the wetland piece, it would be nice to know where the wetland is. I think it's fantastic that you said roughly like 1,000 square feet of knotweed is getting removed. That's really good. But it would be good to have a sense of, about how much square footage of wetland is being disturbed, that you're trying to compensate with that. So that piece I do understand. I'm personally a little less concerned with the parking.
Any further comments from commission members?
Yeah, I have two questions, right? There were two things that come to mind for me is the last time we heard from this, we had a lot of objections from the neighbors about this. And then the the other thing that, so that if they go through the effort of doing the survey, right, is that, are we comfortable with allowing this within the 20-foot no touch zone? Right. I personally, I'm surprised that the Southborough Open Land Foundation would want to come forward with an encroachment under the into the 20-foot. I mean, it's, they're a conservation organization, and I would have thought they would have advised against this, but I guess they didn't.
But I mean, I guess I haven't been on the commission maybe as long as some others, but there's lots of boardwalks and trails and platforms on, in, and around wetlands all over the state. Presumably, every time someone builds those, there is some kind of encroachment because they're often on, through, over, in wetlands. That strikes me as normal, right? How is that usually handled?
I address that, Jeff?
Yes, please.
So you're correct, and I think we even spoke about this at the last meeting. I think I brought it up. So there are a number of both the State Wetlands Protection Act, our local bylaw, restrictions on building, immediately adjacent to a wetland, in our case, 20 feet from it. We can waive that, and we can waive that when there's mitigation that offsets the impact to that 20-foot zone. And we had discussed that. I had expressed the opinion that I felt that the invasives removal, to me, would be more than adequate mitigation for the impact to the 20 feet. That's a decision, everyone has to make for themselves in the commission, but I was comfortable for it. And that's what the strategy that's used in the permitting for these boardwalks that you see. In fact, the opportunity for environmental education is also seen as a mitigative measure,
right,
that will allow these things to get built.
Yeah, and if I could chime in as well. Carl makes a good point. I mean, he's worked historically with some of our educational outreach programs with the town and data collection at Beals Preserve, and we do our best to appreciate the open land that we help to maintain. And I think to Robbie's point, where he showed the platform very much in the middle of plants that are not traditionally defined as wetland varieties, but still, I think the mitigation efforts that we'll put in with the invasive plants and the outreach opportunities are endless. I mean, if you go to the Broadmoor Wildlife Audubon site in Natick and others, boardwalks or platforms go well into the wetland, well beyond where we're proposing, but offer immense educational values. And ours would include call and response research that has already been being sort of piloted in other areas with our volunteers, and appreciation of plants and cycling materials. Some of the points that were brought up earlier about water levels and the impact of beavers. I mean, all those things can be explored in great detail by actually having a platform, through a modest platform through which the town can appreciate this great perspective. And I think the educational offset and the remediation offset of invasive plants is going to be huge for this project.
Can I jump in for a sec?
Sure. Go ahead.
Further down in the document I sent here, there is a couple of pictures that I included of things that we saw just while we were there surveying. It is a very, very beautiful area. Just to jump off of Lawrence's point, it does have a lot of purpose as a conservation area and like education area. There's not many places in Southborough with views and wildlife varieties like we have here. Also, again, the area that we would be affecting by putting in the platform doesn't include traditional wetland plants. It includes wild grape, honeysuckle, rosebush, and some ferns.
Right.
So we wouldn't be damaging the wetland, even though it is within the 20-foot zone of the wetland, which I understand can have an impact on the wetland. we're not actually interfering with the wetland itself like you would be with a boardwalk. And between the clearing of the bittersweet tangles that we have throughout the woods and the clearing of the knotweed, we're doing a lot of mitigation to clean up the woodland area and very little impact on the wetland itself.
Yeah, back to Carl's point too, the boardwalk at say Broadmoor Conservation Area in Natick, the Audubon site there is quite extensive, and yet still had a minimal impact. So ours is going to be a much more modest version of that in the plant matrix that Robbie was talking about.
Thank you. I mean,
Yeah, I'm
from my
still
perspective, I don't have a general issue with the project, you know, as a whole. I just have a general issue with the lack of details for it that we typically see. You know, delineating the wetland and property bounds. We heard last meeting from, you know, people that live in the neighborhood. There was some, you know, issues with trespassing or not trespassing and where the property lines are. I just have a problem approving a project where I don't have that level of detail.
I have a practical question. So the NOI, it's specifically about the 100-foot buffer, right? So is there any, by approving or not approving the NOI, we're not actually making any statement about the parking area, right? I mean, that's not necessarily before the commission in a sense. Is that correct?
As long as it's outside the 100, correct?
I don't know from looking at the pictures where the 100-foot ends.
That's because the wetland hasn't been delineated.
Exactly.
But what's the length of the trip?
From where, the street to the wetland?
Yeah, roughly the street to the wetland. I mean, it's hundreds of feet, correct?
Well, where the wetland starts, I don't know where it starts.
The length of the trail is 360 feet overall. I thought I included it in here, but I did include a Mass GIS map, which, as you guys said earlier, isn't always the most precise. But it did give us a general idea, and the bottom 20 to 30 feet of the trail would be what is considered on the Mass GIS map to be wetland. But like I said earlier, that 20, 30 feet is still in the woods with woodland plants. So it really depends on the definition of the wetland. And
yeah, and to also address an earlier point, any sort of concerned about being on other people's property, that would be addressed through having a formal path coming from the street to the wetland. I think it would be very clear, well marked, and to follow up this image you see on the screen, well within any potential errors associated with GPS, and it's going to be straight line median right through those borders in a very modest width too, only a 20-foot width. So well within the borders of the property.
So the Conservation Commission, when we were considering, you know, authorizing work at Breakneck Hill, we went out and had the wetlands flagged. So I don't understand why we would not require that here.
So I hear everything that we're discussing here, and do we have an option here to ask Lucas to flag that wetland for us to help with this? Because it feels as though we've reached this point where we're a bit of an impasse. So I'm just trying to see if there's a way we can, or does Solve have an environmental, you know, specialist that they work with who can go out and flag the wetland? Because that seems very much to be the, you know, the crux of the matter here. And if we can get through that, then I tend to agree with the others that, you know, the mitigation around the invasives is a very positive thing. And I think that, you know, the parking, as we've said, is not actually directly within our area of authority.
Judith, you bring up an interesting point. It just sort of jogged something loose in my brain. We routinely have, you know, Matt, of course, verifies wetland lines that are provided as, you know, part of submittals. This is also a question for Matt and for Mr. Stewart. You know, the delineation of wetlands there's a methodology to it. I'm guessing there's somebody at SOLF who's perhaps familiar with it. If somebody put together a wetland line using the methodology and filled out the DEP's BVW data forms and so forth, we would then typically have Matt go out and review the delineation. Occasionally he will say this flag needs to be moved here, this flag needs to be moved there. And that's sort of, you know, we're not cheating the system, but it's sort of a backdoor way to get a delineation that we're comfortable with, right? That helps out the project. It's just an idea that occurred to me that may be one way to get it. Be curious for some input from Matt. As regards the survey concerns, it's still a little bit of a struggle for me. I just want to be clear. I want to approve this project, and I'm trying to find ways to make that happen, you know, while still respecting our process. If we did decide to waive the survey, you know, Mark brings up a good point about the precedent of it. The way we've handled that in other situations where we're concerned about precedent is we put in our order of conditions a series of findings where we explain why we've granted a certain waiver so that we can differentiate this project from others. So when somebody comes by and says, well, you know, you gave them a waiver over on Bigelow Road, why not us? We could point to, if that happened, this series of findings. It's, you know, performed for a nonprofit. It's to provide public access. There's been great environmental mitigation. It provides education. You know, findings like this would give me a little more comfort in the ability to, if we chose to waive the survey. And I just wanted to throw that out there. Again, I'm searching here and kind of grasping for ways that we can get this approved.
Ben, if I can address that a little bit, I was kind of thinking the same thing. I mean, looking at the last project as the RDA, to be honest with you, the plan that they submitted, I don't think was any better than what we're seeing here. And it was really just a matter of, did the commission want to engage Lucas's services to go and review the boundary or not? And that was a, you know, a quote unquote for-profit application. So a typical, you hire us to go look at it. In this case, I'd be happy to go look at it if you guys give me the go ahead to do it. And, you know, somebody can either, you know, probably should hang some representation of where they believe the wetland boundary is out there. And I can go look at it and either agree with it or modify it, which is, like you said, sort of my normal practice when I go look at it. This is a fairly small area. It's not going to take very long, I don't think. And I'd happy to have Mr. Stewart come along with me and maybe enlighten him to the joys of wetland delineation.
Matt, can I interrupt for 1 second? We got a message here from Mr. Beals that SOLF, in fact, has a wetland scientist, and it sounds like he could delineate the wetlands boundary, which would, it sounds like that would take care of this piece of it.
Yeah, I was just going to chime that in. Thanks, thanks, Ben, for doing that.
And Blitz, actually, he has his hand up. I don't know if you want me to bring him in to answer some of these questions too, Mark.
Well, if we can move the meeting forward faster, yes.
Okay.
Of course.
Good evening. my first message was on the point or the question about the survey. There is a survey on record at the Worcester County Registry of Deeds. And what Mr. Stewart has shown on his plan or map schematic on page 2, those yellow lines are a 20-foot corridor. SOLF owns another 20 feet or a total of 40 feet of land. So the margin, there's a very large margin of error that, you know, we don't have to use. You know, the expense of a survey, I think, would be unnecessary here, given the fact that we're showing just half the ownership on that plan on page 2. And it would be wonderful if the commission could waive that requirement. I can get in touch with David Burke. I think he's been before the commission before, and ask him to delineate the wetland boundary. Happy to do that.
So if I could just interject one question on that. So I guess if Mr. Burke were to flag it, would that satisfy the commission? Or would you then still want me, i.e. Lucas, to go out and still review it?
I mean, for my part, it's a wetland scientist who routinely does this work. If it were not reviewed by you, Matt, I would have comfort if we did our typical finding that you know, we haven't necessarily confirmed a wetland that we're locking in place for 3 years, because that would save the expense of bringing you out there, Matt. We could use that finding that we typically use when we're not going to actually confirm a boundary, but we're just going to use it for the purposes of this one application.
Yeah, so then, you know, if something was a change out there in the future, it would have to be repeated.
No.
And if I can continue, for Mr. Geyer's concern to address that, actually the commission several years ago approved an actual boardwalk through a wet area on the Templeman Woods property that SOLF owns, which is just a little bit north of the Route 85 Mass Pike overpass at Route 85 on the east side of the road. So this would not be precedent setting even here in Southborough. And it's not a boardwalk, it's just a platform at the edge of wetlands. It doesn't, it's not going to violate the wetland itself.
Yeah, correct. And we've also approved projects that have crossed, you know, wetlands in the town forest and also behind Fay School as well.
Right.
So, I mean, this would not be setting a precedent to that, but in those other cases, you know, we had reference to where the wetlands were with respect to the work and et cetera. So I think the next steps here is to have Mr. Beals contact Mr. Burke to have him go out there and flag the wetland, and then come back in front of us with some more dimensional analysis based off of that.
Well, I'm sorry, I thought with regard to what Mr. Smith was saying, I think, can we be given, can the vote be to approve with a series of findings, including the fact that this is going to be done, as well as the educational and remediation efforts? Can we just have that waiver in hand so the project can begin?
You're muted, Ben. Ben, you're muted.
Sorry, I understand the confusion here, and I could have been perhaps more clear. When a wetland is delineated by a professional wetland scientist, but for whatever reason, we don't send our consultant Matt out to delineate it, most often because that's a cost that we typically pass on to the applicant. Despite it being put out by a professional wetland scientist, that's called an unconfirmed wetland line. So we would put that that fact, that finding in our order of conditions, that it's an unconfirmed wetland line, and the only repercussions of that is a confirmed wetland line is good for 3 years. You can base work off of it for 3 years without having to redelineate it. If it's unconfirmed, it's good just for this one project. It's almost sometimes a distinction without a difference, but that's what it is. My suggestion was made in the interest of saving the project some money. But it still would require that the wetland actually be delineated on the ground by a professional.
And I'll also add, we wouldn't be able to close an issue tonight because there's still not a file number from DEP. So that's another requirement that they're kind of behind in getting to us. So I have a follow-up in there, but we haven't received that file number yet anyways.
And I think we would want a drawing, a plan like the one we're looking at that shows the wetland line that you measure on the drawing. I think this is something we would usually require. So yeah, for a variety of reasons, I think it would have to come back. I do want to say this is a really impressive plan for an Eagle project, and it's clearly a very ambitious project. So I think Robbie is to be commended for doing the work that went into this plan, and for basically taking on what is a very difficult project. So I think
And
it's important to express that.
Yeah, and thank you for that, Jeff. And historically, the commission has been very supportive of Boy Scout Eagle projects across town and the various sizes and capabilities. I mentioned the Phase School pathway and bridge. That was a Boy Scout Eagle project some time back. So this is something that we're trying to work through and ultimately work to get approved.
Yes, I appreciate the commission's support. This is Whitney Beals again. And I'm sure I'll be able to get a hold of David Burke, whom I know very well, very quickly, and get the addition made to the plan.
That'd be great. So I think based on that, unless there's more comments from the public, we'll look at continuing this.
With just a quick point, would there be any sort of problem with beginning remediation of the invasives, at the present date, just kind of working their way that way, or is that something that you had an opinion on? Because it's going to take some time to get through those.
Those are out towards the road, is that correct?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, they lead towards towards the direction of the path as well.
Okay, so those are outside of the buffer zone, and frankly, they're outside of our jurisdictional area.
Okay.
So
great.
it certainly requires no permission from us to do that. With permission of the property owners, you're good to go.
Okay, I didn't know if that looked poorly on the board or what have you, because I know you're really trying to control a lot of aspects and putting us through a lot of the steps, which I appreciate, but I didn't want to. I just want to make sure that it was looked at positively.
I would probably, not go any deeper than maybe 100 feet from the road, just to give yourself some leeway.
Thank you.
So quickly looking at the GIS, the distance from Bigelow Road to what, the wetland, DEP wetland layer, it says about 270 feet.
Right.
So I think 100 feet from the road, you should be reasonably comfortable, I would guess.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Mark, there are 2 hands up, Donna Sargi and Deb Costin.
Okay.
So I'll do Donna first.
Good evening, everyone. This is Rob Sergi. How you doing? This is Donna's husband. Appreciate everybody's time tonight. And as I listened to some of the dialogue, some of the concerns that we had were brought up, so that's great. First and foremost, this aerial shot looks like a Google map type. So that was my first reaction. It's not really a survey. So I have my survey for my lot, so I know where where my lot lines are at least. But I'm gonna make sure that we're so that's the concern I have, is that, and I think someone brought it up, is there's a lot of a leeway on either way, but there's also, for me as the abutter, looking where the actual platform is going to be, we got to technically understand where that is. That could be on my land if it's not marked. And again, you're going to hopefully do that when you do the marking of the wetlands. So that's one concern that I have, my liability if something happens down there and if it's on my land. So that's something that that has to be addressed. And then secondly, the parking. I just don't understand on the parking side how that's going to work. And you mentioned you don't have jurisdiction over some of the parking. Then who does? I mean, if you can try to fit 3 cars there, that's an issue I have, because now you're going to have folks that not necessarily going to be taking advantage of the swamp and the platform, but you're going to have people parking there to walk their dogs across the street, where has been a kind of a nightmare since the COVID situation, since March. People walking, letting their dogs off leash and running in my yard, in my neighbor's yard. So those are the type of things that we have. I mean, I know you're saying, you know, these are not trivial, but you know, this is our house, this is our home, so this is our neighborhood. So we want to make sure we're doing it the right way. So that's the concerns that we have. And again, I understand the right of way and the actual trail. I get that, but I'm more concerned as the abutter exactly where it's going to be and pinpoint from the wetlands as it relates to my lawn, same up top where the parking is. And another concern with parking is that you know, is there going to be a timetable for where people can park there? Because now this opens up situations where people are going to loiter here at night. Now none of you live here, and we do. So there's people that drive up down this street and park here at night, and I don't know what goes on. So that's another concern as an abutter, in both on the Cram side and also on our side as well. So those are some of the concerns I want people to take back as well as being the abutters. And quite frankly, I think you guys did a great job. It's detailed, but it's not detailed enough that I'm comfortable with to know where the boundary lines are. So that's our concerns here. You want to add anything?
Can I jump in for a sec?
Yeah.
As it was mentioned, this is the parking area, especially sort of outside of Conservation Commission jurisdiction. But I am happy to meet with you at some point, and we can actually walk the trail and take a look at the property lines and the measurements that we've done and see if that matches up with what you see on your lot lines and everything.
Yeah, and Robert, that's fine. And again, I commend you for what you're doing. Trust me. But I'm more concerned now of the general public and what's going to happen with parking in more folks who are not really coming here to enjoy the wetlands. That's my concern. And because I witness it, I sit in my office and I watch what's going on in front of my house. So that's the concern I have. But yeah, I will definitely go down with you. I already have, so you don't have to tell me. I think I know where it is pretty much. But yeah, I would definitely go along with you. That's not a problem here.
Okay, thank you. Is there another hand up, Melissa?
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, very good. Deborah Costine, McAdow, Wood Street. I'm Vice President of the Southborough Open Land Foundation. I'm surprised that Carl has such concern that we would want to do this to a wetland. I spoke with Laura Mattei, who is the Director of Stewardship at Sudbury Valley Trustees. She says, she gave me some insight and advice, and I asked what they have for boardwalks, and she didn't give me the number, but she says they have many boardwalks, and it's actually what one does when one has property and is conservation oriented, it's not just about blocking it off and keeping everybody from experiencing it, but sharing it, as do many Audubon sanctuaries. For example, at Stony Brook Audubon Sanctuary, we would have to say they care greatly about protecting wetlands. And it's just a matter of doing it right. And we certainly do care. The other thing I just want to say is that we've just been, SOLF has been readdressing our specific concerns as to when our properties are open, and dawn to dusk is a firm guideline that we use, as well as there would be a sign specifically all the things that were permitted and not permitted. Of course, we can't say that people aren't going to go down there. Typically, it would be neighborhood people who went down after hours, but that, of course, we can't say it wouldn't happen. But generally, all of our properties are visited primarily by the neighborhood. Thank you.
Another
Thank
thing, just about the whole issue of having people there after hours and loitering is, we're not going to be on site all the time, so we can't enforce it, but we can definitely put up the proper signage and warnings on the property. So if somebody is there and doing something that, I don't know, but if somebody is there loitering, then they can be responsible for that. And if, I don't know, if they're doing something legally, you can call the police, I don't know. But we can definitely put up the proper signage to encourage people and warn people about the dawn to dusk rule, which is pretty standard for software.
Okay, anybody else? We really need to move this along. We have a very long agenda tonight, and we're never going to get through it before midnight. We'll be continuing things that we don't want to continue.
There's Mr. Sergey's hand is raised again, and Cynthia Cram. Should I do Cram first, since this is our first?
Please.
This is Cynthia Cram. I just wanted to express that I share all of Mr. Sergey's concerns. And I'm also wondering about who, if people go out into the wetlands off of the platform and wander around, how is anyone concerned about the wildlife out there and disturbing it?
Well, of course, and we would hope that people would respect the platform and not go stomping around in the wetland. But
also, just kind of to add on to that, I'm not entirely sure how easy it is to stomp around in the wetland. There is, like, down past the platform, there's like a foot of standing water and mud and all sorts of other icky things that I don't think people would just be wandering too far out there unless they had like waders or a boat.
Well, you'd be surprised. Anything else?
I just would like to reiterate the fact that this is where we live and we have to live with this. I mean, everyone else goes home and they're done. And I mean, I think it's a great idea, but it's just that we have to live with the consequences of it.
Yeah, understood.
And I think that's all for now. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. I mean, this isn't the end of this tonight. We have to continue it. We don't have a DEP number and we need some more work done in this application. So we'll be back at this next meeting.
Would you like to go back to the Sergys, or would you like to continue?
If they have something new to add.
Okay, let's see.
Yeah, just one quick question. I know you have a full agenda. When you folks were talking about precedents of there is walkways that are in the wetlands, but are they abutting private property? Is that norm? When people were referring to, we've done this in the past, we have walkways down into wetlands, I guess the question I have is it usually abutted by private property, and how is it done? How is it?
I can tell you that the benches and the bridging or walkways or whatever you want to call them at the town forest does abut private property.
It does.
It does. Yes, it does. I can't think of the name of the street off the top of my head, but it's right off Woodland Road.
Walnut, I think.
Well, Walnut is the top of where the town forest starts, but the other end down off of Woodland.
Oh, right.
Oregon.
No, not Oregon. Actually, I think it's near Ben Stevens' residence or where he once lived.
Oh, yeah.
Kidder.
Is that the name of it? The name escapes me.
I just want to jump in. I know you have to move on to other things, and I can see the tides coming in, so I'll be quick. But I just want you to know that I reached out to Ms. Cram, and I shared with her my email address in our contact informations on solf.org. And I really do sincerely want the neighbors and abutters to know that as a member of the board, I'm certainly willing to work with any fears and concerns once the boardwalk is in and a pathway is in rather in a platform, just to try to quell any concerns or if there are instances where wildlife is being impacted. I'm certainly willing to work with the group, and if you feel like something has had a negative impact on the ecosystem, that's not by any means our intent. To follow up Carl's point, I've worked through many hundreds and hundreds of frogs, picking them up, weighing them, re-releasing them, trying to put them in a safe situation, not endangering their health. My number one goal is to help fulfill our mission for appreciation of this space, and it's one of the most beautiful and interesting wetlands out there. We can certainly learn a lot, and the community can learn a lot about what's living there, and we can even engage the community with ways to help continue that conservation effort and appreciation of that resource. Thank you.
All right, thank you. We're going to move on now.
Thanks, Mark.
Thanks.
And the rest of the board.
So we'll be continuing this to the next meeting, which is what, October 1st?
Yeah.
October 1st.
Mhm.
Okay, do I hear a motion to continue this notice of intent hearing to October 1st, 2020?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, roll call vote.
Watson.
Yeah.
Smith.
Yes.
Pete.
Yes.
Guyer.
Yes.
Gregory.
Yes.
Pasamato.
Yes. Okay, next up is a continuance request for Lot 5 Granule / Bigham Road, map 50, lot 51. They're asking for a continuance to 10/1. Do I hear a motion to accept a continuance request?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor by roll call vote?
Watson.
Yes.
Smith.
Yes.
Pete.
Yes.
Guyer.
Yes.
Gregory.
Yes.
Pasamato.
Yes. Okay. Let's see, newer continued business. We have Chestnut Hill Farm discussion with trustees on parking.
So the trustees sent a response back to our letter asking for a meeting with us. So I will allow Bob Murray and DA Hayden and anyone else that they might need.
Thank you very much. It's DA. Also with us this evening is, in addition to Bob Murray, who runs our buildings and structures area, is Mike Francis, who is the Charles River Valley Stewardship Manager. I don't know whether you see him on there.
Yeah.
And then Bert Corey, who is our engineer on the project. And Bert should be on there as well.
Got it.
Okay. Is it all right if I start? Is that?
Yeah, please.
Okay. First of all, thank you very much for having us at the meeting this evening. We really appreciate it. Before we begin our discussion about the parking lot at Chestnut Hill Farm, I just wanted to take a couple of minutes to share some thoughts. And I know you don't want to hear things from people for multiple minutes, but I hope you'll bear with me. As much as we're very happy to be here, we're also concerned about the inaccurate statements that were made about Chestnut Hill Farm during the last meeting. So our hope is that we can turn a really fresh page tonight and engage in a constructive, forward-looking conversation that recognizes our mutual commitment to conserving open space, and particularly Chestnut Hill Farm. For more than a century, the trustees has worked to protect special places, build creative programs to engage people, and share our expertise with neighbors and partners around the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. In addition to producing fresh local food, we have 12,000 acres of farmland that use sustainable strategies to foster better food systems, preserve the heritage of the landscapes, and equate new generations, young people, with the wonders of what's rooted in the soil at a farm through experiential educational programming and recreational events. The trustees, as we all know, was founded on with one single premise in mind: to preserve the Commonwealth's landscapes and keep open space open for everyone forever. We're both working for the same common purpose. This year's COVID pandemic brought us just unbelievable, extraordinary circumstances, which required rapid response for human safety. We were all working so hard to adjust and make decisions we never thought we would ever face. The times demanded incredible flexibility and incredible patience. If we offended anyone on this commission or anywhere with our decision-making process in the very early stages of the pandemic and of the lockdown, we apologize. It was not our intent to offend anyone. We were facing unprecedented public safety concerns, and we're working to really understand the governor's orders during a time when the whole world was learning. We have never denied access to our properties unless it was a matter of public safety, and we are now more prepared to better coordinate with you if we face such a situation again, and we're hoping that that never happens. We're here tonight with respect and appreciation for the partnership we have with the residents of the town of Southborough and with the Southborough Conservation Commission. We've worked together for 10 years and have accomplished really wonderful things by being collaborative, candid, thoughtful, and positive. We would like to resume that same positive tone moving forward, and we hope you agree with us. In reviewing the CR, which at this point we've all done many, many times, ensuring public access to, quote unquote, the premise seems to be the fundamental goal.
Just letting you know I was here.
This is also fundamental to our mission. We believe there is more access to the site for visitors to pursue a range of passive recreation and educational opportunities now that is even greater than what the CR protects. Neither of us want to deny anybody the ability to enjoy the farm. We're also trying to honor the original intent of the CR and balance some of the other values that are associated with it, including things like preserving the scenic pastoral vistas, resource protection, and carrying on a traditional land use that ties to the farming history of the site and to the town of Southborough itself. We're trying to minimize adding new infrastructure to the site and take advantage of existing features. As we move into the management plan process, we would welcome a conversation with the commission on how best to achieve our shared goals for the property. So tonight, we are respectfully asking the Conservation Commission to please reconsider the decision made at the August 20th meeting regarding the use of the trailhead parking lot during passive recreational and experiential educational programs and events at the farm. We have very tight deadlines with the planning board, and the fall and winter seasons are fast approaching. We had snow in Colorado, so we have very little time to begin construction and bring the antique Deerfoot barn to Chestnut. So that's all I have to say to sort of start out this conversation, except to say on behalf of the trustees, we truly thank you for your work to keep open space open and truly look forward to a positive and collaborative discussion. Thank you, Mark.
Oh, thank you.
Mark?
Thank you.
Hey, Mark.
Yes, Ben. Yeah.
May I jump in?
Sure.
I apologize. I'll try not to take up too much time, but of course I got the letters from both from DA and Jesse Robinson Dubois. They both, especially Jesse, clearly put a lot of time into their letter, and I put a lot of time into putting a response together. You know, out of respect for their work. You know, first and foremost, you know something, I was given some bad information. I took it at face value. I expected it was true, and it wasn't. I told the commission that the pigs were not removed from the site, as we had asked, until well after the deadline that we had established. The information I was given was incorrect. I'm thrilled to learn that the trustees, in fact, honored our request, and I am I'm eager to publicly correct the record on this. The pigs were in fact removed the day before our deadline, which completely took care of the CR violation. I was very glad to learn that. I apologize for any confusion I caused. I clearly stirred up a great deal of emotion, and that was not my intent. I'd like to assure you that I was acting in good faith with information that was provided to me. When I'm wrong, I am always open to getting corrected information, and you know, and moving forward with the correct facts. During the same meeting, and the letter that DA thoughtfully prepared, she had another concern about something that I said. I noted that I felt a little misled by the trustees in the presentation of the stormwater management plan. In their recent correspondence, you know, the trustees expressed some frustration with that, so I'd like to give an explanation. So first, as DA alluded to, the trustees are a big organization. They hold over 400 CRs in Massachusetts, and it is no exaggeration to say that they are the largest reservoir of CR expertise in the Commonwealth. That's why I said during our August 20th meeting that I felt the trustees should have flagged the potential conservation restriction conflict within the trailhead access parking lot. It's the Commonwealth's preeminent CR experts. I can only, you know, they must have known that there's this, at least a potential CR conflict that the commission really needed to know about. You know, the commission, when we were looking at this, rightly or wrongly, we had our stormwater hat on. We evaluated the proposal from a stormwater perspective. And I wish we had realized at the time there was a conflict with the CR, but you know what, we just missed it. Ultimately, we're a volunteer commission. We're composed of lay people, and we rely on the trustees as a partner on the Chestnut Hill property and as a CR expert to let us know when there are potential conflicts. I think this is a reasonable expectation. Now, I watched the video of the planning board hearing that took place subsequent to this. And this you know, caused me to feel a little bit misled. You know, it's true. The trustees were asked, their representative was asked by Mimi Luttrell at the planning board if the commission had approved the proposed parking scheme, not just under the stormwater regs, but also with respect to the CR. And they indicated that we had. And listen, you know, when you're speaking extemporaneously, it's a stressful situation talking in front of a group. It's easy to make a mistake. I think they made a mistake when they said that we had done that, when in fact we hadn't. So, you know what? I felt a little frustration with that, and I did feel a little bit misled. That was the origin of my comment. Just to be as clear as possible, I'm responding, DA, to some of your language. I think you felt like I was accusing you of deceit. I'm not in any way suggesting there was intentional deceit. I was expressing my frustration that I felt there was an important piece of information that would have been really beneficial to us, that in projects past, the trustees have shared that kind of information with us. You know, this is something we think it's okay under the CR, but it's kind of close to the wires. We wanted to talk with you. That's how things had worked in the past. And frankly, I missed them. So enough on that. put a lot of time into the remainder of the letter, and that's really the important part of the letter. And that is that you have a desire to seek a productive working relationship with the commission, and we share a common goal there. Your letter mentions the many improvements that you've made to the property and the significant investment that took. Those investments are recognized and very much appreciated by me and by the commission, by the entire community. And while it's not mentioned in your letter, I'm absolutely confident that the trustees in turn are respectful of the $5 million invested by the residents of Southborough in the conservation restriction. I just bring that up to mention that we too have a lot of skin in this game financially. We have a big commitment to this property. The letter continues to review the history of the farm and the longstanding relationship between the trustees and the commission. And you mentioned that again when you were speaking. And you mentioned that we've been working together closely for 10 years. I've been a part of the commission for about 5 or 6 years, and I can certainly attest that's true. During the past 6 months or so, a change took place, okay? And I think we've all recognized that the partnership between us has become a little bit strained. And I've given a lot of thought to that, into how it can be fixed. As I said, up until 2019, before undertaking an activity on the farm that kind of cut close to the bone of the CR, where there was a question, the trustees would come and speak to the commission before undertaking the activity. And just want to illustrate this with what happened with the hoop house. Your farm manager, Desiree Robinson Dubois, came to the commission and told us that the trustees thought the hoop house was approvable under the CR, but she understood that we may have some question about that. And she told us that before, undertaking the financing of it and the construction of it. And she sincerely wanted to work with us to find a way to both satisfy the CR requirements while making sure the farm could meet its needs. We wrestled with the issue. Ultimately, the suggestion of a commissioner, we brought in the Sudbury Valley trustees who helped us find a way to grant an approval. It was very successful and a model for working together. Without going too deeply into the weeds, that kind of stopped. I recognize that the trail shutdown happened at a very chaotic time. I would simply mention that 3 or 4 days after the shutdown, we did have a regularly scheduled meeting, and we had hoped to at least begin a discussion there. And it may have generated a little bit of frustration. Secondly, as regards bringing pigs to the farm, there was ample opportunity to discuss this. And I don't know if you recall the letter that we sent you. It didn't just say, get them out of there. It actually proposed a solution of perhaps moving the pigs to areas of the farm that aren't covered by the Conservation Commission. We weren't trying to toss a bomb into your lap. We were trying to identify a problem and bring a solution to you. And I do truly wish that could have worked out. In regards to the communication, at every recent Conservation Commission meeting where Chestnut Hill Farm has been discussed, we've talked about the need for improved communication with the trustees. And many of us on the commission at all these meetings have said that. And I understand what I'm saying now. It sounds kind of accusatory. You trustees, you've got to, listen, there's a reason for that. And it's a simple, practical reason. And that's that, we don't have any way of knowing what you're planning. We don't know what's coming down the line. We can't read minds and we can't see into the future. And therefore, we have to rely on you to come and speak to us beforehand. And if there's an issue that poses a potential CR conflict, I want to assure you, by flagging it to us beforehand, you are absolutely not taking any kind of risk at all. We as a commission have worked very hard in the past to, when these situations arise, find a solution that satisfies the CR and allows you to successfully operate the farm. That's something that we've done in the past and we will all continue to do in the future. I'm just about done here. I apologize for taking so long. In your letter, DA, and in particular in Mr. Robinson Dubois's letter, there was it felt like a little bit of a selection, a little bit of a losing the word here, a little bit of a suggestion that I'm trying to sabotage your work there at the farm. And it's simply, I want to assure you that that's absolutely not true. Mr. Robinson Du Bois in particular seemed quite upset with me. And I would like to assure you, I'm not being an obstructionist, and I'm certainly not trying to sabotage your efforts. And I'd like to sort of demonstrate that to you with a couple of examples from the past year. You know, during the approval process for the Hoop House, the commissioner who suggested getting SVT involved to find a path forward to meet everybody's needs, that was me. I suggested that so that we could find a workable solution for everybody. When we were drafting the letter requesting the removal of the pigs, okay, I'm the guy who spent a couple of hours doing the deed research to locate these areas in the property where the pigs could move, so that we're not throwing a problem at you, we're throwing a problem and hopefully a solution that would hopefully meet everybody's needs. And you know, I'd like to imagine, you know, geez, if we could have had that discussion, you know, before, we could have found that solution. And I think we could have had something there that satisfied what everybody needed to happen. And then lastly, during the stormwater meeting, I think this was a little bit unrecognized. I certainly wasn't trying to draw attention to it, but folks may recall I led your engineer on sort of a strange little tangent about stormwater issues. And I did this because the submittal for the stormwater permit was actually missing some stormwater calculations. But as we were sitting there, I realized I found a legitimate way to address those standards without requiring additional engineering work, you know, at your expense from your engineer. I didn't realize this would happen, but in rewatching the planning board video, I was surprised to hear Karina Quinn, our town planner, tell the board that she felt that an outside engineering review of the stormwater design wasn't required because Ben Smith at Conservation, who's a civil engineer, had reviewed it. And again, if Fuss & O'Neill had to review that, they do that at your expense. You know, between these two things, you know, my goal was just to streamline the process. But the fact of the matter is, you know, I saved a couple, $2,000-3,000, and I'm glad that I was able to do that. So I'm wrapping up here. I'm just about done. People are getting bored. Listen, I learned through the events of this spring that without zealous protection of the CR by the commission, we started to see our rights on the property start to erode a little bit. And I had this incredible realization. You know, they started to erode not due to any kind of malfeasance or any kind of intentionality. This is the craziest thing. It was due to the actions of people who I know to be conscientious, hardworking, decent people who are just, they're on the other side of the CR. You know, we each have slightly, in some ways, a little bit different goals. And it was shocking to me that, geez, this is why you have to zealously protect the rights in a CR. I'm going to continue zealously arguing for the protection of the Southborough's rights under the CR. It's important, and I'm going to continue to do that and try to convince my fellow commissioners. What I'm also going to do is continue my years-long practice of working hard to find solutions that allow the trustees to succeed in your farming operations on the property while still respecting the CR. So listen, you put so much time into your response. I wanted to put together a complete response, trying to find solutions to the same problem. I hope it's helpful to everybody, and I apologize for taking up so much time. Thank you.
Thanks, Ben. So, I mean, I think the goal here is that, you know, between the Southborough Conservation Commission, who is the grantee of the CR and holds the oversight of the CR, and the trustees and the farming operations Chestnut Hill, that we can, you know, put together a partnership that we've enjoyed in the past. And we might have had a few bumps here recently with respect to COVID and some actions. I don't think anybody was, you know, had malintent here. It was all, you know, the correct intent. And if we have, you know, good open communication, as we've experienced and enjoyed in the past, we can find solutions to these things. And it doesn't always have to be at our next 3-week out meeting, right? I mean, we can look to address things in between, you know, conservation scheduled meeting. Our 21-day meeting cadence is dictated by the Wetlands Protection Act, not by the Conservation Commission. So, you know, we can address issues and things sooner if need be. Any other comments from board members or trustees?
Mr. Chairman, this is Bob Murray with the Trustees of Reservations. Just to give a little background on how we had put together this proposal. You know, there are, as you well know, there are a lot of constraints on the property with the conservation restriction, but also with the site drainage. And so as we put together this proposal, we were looking to be sensitive to the conservation values, you know, many of which have just been stated in terms of public access, scenic vistas, resource protection, minimizing site disturbance, and really trying to take advantage of the existing infrastructure that we have in place, many of which is underutilized. So that's where we were coming from as we were trying to find a solution for the parking. We had never intended to sort of substitute a use for those parking spaces. We feel like we're providing greater access as a whole to the property. So that's where we were coming from. We were trying to find the best way to site it on the property within the conservation restriction and honor some of those issues that we're all seeking to protect. So I was just wanted to provide that context of how we were approaching this project.
Okay, thank you. Any further comments?
Mark.
Yes.
I'd like to make a suggestion. I don't know how other folks feel about it, but you know, we talked about the parking issue last time. I think we have some divergent opinions here. And the last time that something like this came up, the way we found a way forward was to bring in some outside professionals. And we asked SVT for a review of the situation, and they were instrumental in helping us find a way through. And I'll tell you what, I would love to hear Krista Collins's analysis of the situation. You know, we're not the professionals in this. We try really hard to learn and understand what's going on. But at the end of the day, we do have access to some tremendous expertise there that we've used on the site before. And I think it might be appropriate here to do that.
I tend to agree with you. I did take some time late this afternoon when I should have been eating dinner, and I watched the YouTube of the last meeting because as everybody knows, I wasn't feeling well and I dropped off at 10 o'clock, and I think you had the conversation, you know, the last 25 minutes or so of the meeting with respect to the parking and looking at the CR and some of the wording in the CR around explicit and things like that. And I was on the board when that CR was put together, and you know, there was always the intent to protect the property, you know, the respect the investment that the town made, the $5 million investment and so forth. But, you know, looking at the activities that go on there now and how the farm operation is run and so forth, and you read what's in the CR with respect to the access under the access area and the parking, it's clear to me that you know, some of the suggestions or ideas that Commissioner Pete brought up at the last meeting warrants getting an expert like SVT to help maybe find our way through that. Because I think that you can interpret the words in the CR differently with respect to the parking and access and that sort of thing, depending on the activities that are going on there.
I will make the comment as I don't know how available SVT is right now. Kristen O'Brien, who usually works with us for Chestnut Hill Farm, is on maternity leave, and I know they're kind of lagging in their abilities to to help as much as they usually are in offshoot things. So, you know, while we can definitely ask, I guess, know that it might not be SVT that we end up getting to help, which might be a difficult turn in events.
Can I jump in, Melissa? Something I've given a little bit of thought to. I'll tell you, you know what, somebody actually said something really insightful to me, and I want to share with the commission. When we're evaluating a project, we got a question about engineering. We call in Fuss and O'Neill. And when we're evaluating a project, we got a question about ecology or habitat or wetlands. We call in Lucas Environmental. It makes sense in an issue as complicated as this for us to use a professional to help us. Like SVT, my first choice, we've had such great, such a great relationship with them. If they're not available, the Massachusetts Audubon Society also has a tremendous amount of experience with land protection. And I don't know this for a fact, but I strongly suspect that they would have somebody with a great deal of CR expertise who could guide us as well.
This is DA again. I'm if maybe it would be prudent for all of us to think about what it is exactly that we're asking. In terms of is the question or the rub that we're experiencing, is it the parking lot or is it the 10 spaces within the parking lot? Because that might help us kind of get to a next step here.
Again, I didn't attend last meeting, but going back and watching it and reading the CR, I think the issue at hand here is the existing, call it trailhead parking lot that exists there. Is it 10 spaces or 12? Well,
the CR states 10. But
10, yeah. I mean, there aren't any lines there. It's just, dirt plot. So, that I think, it basically said that it was for, I don't want to put more words than what the CR has in it, but it was to be used for trailhead parking so people could use the trails and for passive recreation. And now with the planning board's requirement to expand parking to support the barn and activities at the barn, does that in terms of what the CR wording is, are those spots able to be used for the barn activities as well as trail use and passive recreation? I think that's the thing we're trying to get over.
Right.
Get past.
Right. No, I understand that. And I think we have a couple of things that maybe we can talk about that maybe can lead us down a path where we can get some resolution. Mark, you were obviously on the board at the time, but I know that Mike Francis, who is on this call, can share with us, if you can, very quickly, Mike, just for the sake of everybody's time here, the history of that parking lot and also the, if you could describe the space on that's outlined in the attachment to the CR.
Sure, thank you. So I can certainly provide an overview of our early efforts on the farm. As most of you likely know, it was in 2010 that the farm was donated to the trustees by the Beals family, and then 2011 that we began managing the property, a phased management of the property. So phase one was really focused on improving access and stewardship. And then phase two included the agricultural activation and programming. So shortly after we received the farm, we began to get feedback from residents, from visitors to the farm, that they were getting stuck in the parking area there. That was just grass field. Either during the rainy season or even during the winter. Sledding events at the farm, people weren't able to get out of the parking lot. And I believe Freddie Gillespie can attest to that. She shared a story with me about that one time. anyhow, so at that point, we developed a budget that included improvements for the trailhead parking, as well as trails, trail maps, kiosks, signage for the property. And we then collaborated with a conservation agent at the time, that was Beth Rosenblum, and a representative from Sudbury Valley Trustees. And then we were able to install gravel on the lot to, address the issues that we were having. And that was really as delineated in the Plan B, the Plan B addendum from the CR. And so that, outlines, as most of you are probably aware, that it outlines the bearings and the distances of that, like parking envelope. So that's really the kind of point of reference that we used for that. And then moving forward, the recreation plan was updated, and it was mutually agreed that the trustees would take on the maintenance and upkeep of the lot, including the plowing of the snow in the winter time. So that's really, how that parking lot evolved to where it is today.
So I think, if everyone you're all really familiar with the lot, it definitely holds more than 10 cars. So what I'm trying to figure out is, would it be helpful if we could figure, what we're trying to avoid is more engineering fees and more design fees, as we have spent an awful lot of money on trying to relocate the Deerfoot barn and get things going at Chestnut. And I'm hoping that maybe as a group, we could figure out a way to resolve this. I know Bert is on the phone with us and can kind of show how we looked at that space and delineate, what can be done with it. Perhaps looking at that map would be helpful. Bob, is there anything that you want to add to that?
No, I mean, I think we would be open to, signing or flagging the 10 spaces that are identified in the CR for trail use only, if that would be helpful.
Well, I think ideally, if we could find a way, through the CR of being able to use the 10 lots that the CR refers to, plus the additional spaces that you propose that you issue a stormwater permit for your, farm operation, for passive recreation, for educational activities that go on at the barn. I think that would be, an ideal solution if we could find our way there. From my perspective as one member, I'm not sure if you carve out 10 spaces to say, these are only for, trails use and passive recreation, how you can control that.
Yeah, Mark, so that's my concern also is just the plain language of the CR. It says more than, it addresses more than just the 10 spaces, but in fact, the town's parking easement that the lot is located on. And my reading of it is that it's parking located within that easement is, explicitly for trailhead access, but it also references, no more than 10 stalls. And this is why I'm suggesting getting some advice by SVT, because, we're used to, I hope everyone didn't have to suffer through all of our previous stuff, but we were talking about our ability to grant waivers and all these other things that we do. With the CR, we're not empowered to grant waivers. If we do this wrong, we're just creating this liability. There is no, if we get it wrong and something gets put in place, it's not somehow, it doesn't achieve a grandfather or status or a protected status. If it violates the CR today, it's a violation of the CR 10 years from now when there's a new set of commissioners. Or I feel like we've got to get it right. And I would like some I would like, as one commissioner, some advice from an expert in really analyzing that language.
I I can say from being on the commission when the CR was put together, we certainly didn't have a vision of the operation that's going on there today, right? That was not in our radar screen at all. And there's really nothing more to say on it. We just didn't, have a vision of, the Chestnut Hill Farm operation and that sort of stuff, which I think is a tremendous, use of the property, and it is a cooperative function with the other aspects of the property and passive recreation and trail use and so forth. So, I think, having the ask SVT to see if they can help. And if they are too busy, where else can we find, some assistance? Ben mentioned the Mass Audubon.
Yeah, they do a lot of land protection work, and I think they could potentially be a resource. If the commission would like, I would be happy to look into that, and whatever I can find, I'll give that to Melissa.
I have a question. So I'm trying to remember, and I'm sorry I couldn't find the documents on Dropbox. Exactly what is needed from the commission here? Is it just a verbal approval? Like, is it something where we could basically give approval pending a decision from another body, where if someone can get SVT or Mass Audubon to make a statement in the next, week or two, our approval would then be valid pending that? Or is it something where the approval has to happen and then it's got to come back? Because my understanding from the statements earlier is there's somewhat of a timing issue here. Is that the case?
From the trustees' perspective, there is a timing issue, yes, because we've been so delayed on this project with the inability to have meetings when COVID hit. We were hoping that we were going to, be moving forward with this early in the spring, and we're losing if we continue to delay. And we all completely understand your concerns. We'll lose the entire season this year again of putting that in, and the barn has already been restored. It's sitting up in New Hampshire at this point.
I mean, certainly if we could get SVT or someone to, look at that aspect of the CR. I mean, they don't have to go through the whole CR. It's, that area of the access, and I think it was section 8(2)B or something. I'm just going off of my memory here. That if we could get a read on that, we could, get together well before the next meeting and work through this.
Mark, that's exactly what I envisioned, and that's with the hoop house. In fact, that's how we handled it. I don't recall Krista actually coming to the meeting. Beth was our administrator at the time, simply called Krista and told her where our confusion lay. And she looked at that part of the conservation restriction and gave us an opinion on it. I think a couple of phone calls with Beth, and gave us some guidance how we could work through and achieve a solution that was workable for everybody. But it was sort of offline. We told Beth the question we had, and she coordinated that with Krista and got an answer.
Melissa, is Krista the person that's on maternity leave?
No, it's Kristen that's on maternity leave. So I'll reach out to
Kristen.
Krista first. Yeah, I know.
Yeah. Okay.
So, but yeah, I will contact Krista if that's what the commission wants, and see what her availability is and a timeline, and if she could help.
Yeah, is that acceptable to all parties here?
Yes, I think that makes sense.
Yeah, you in agreement?
Yeah, the trustees, we are in agreement with whatever it takes so that we can move forward, and we can move forward with you all in a very positive and collaborative fashion.
Yeah, I think that's what we all want.
And to be clear, Mark, you're talking about, we'll try to hold a special meeting in the interim. If the timing works out that we're able to do that to speed things up, is that correct?
Yeah, exactly.
Great.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, we would just, post something in the 72-hour window, and we would have, this and only this on the agenda, and move it forward so that you could try to hold to some schedule.
We appreciate that. Thank you.
Mark, may I
Yes.
just make a comment as well? And I think my understanding, Melissa, is that you're going to start discussions, kind of collaborative joint discussions over the land. Is that right?
What
The
was that
5-year
last part?
plan. My understanding is you're working with DA and the trustees team on starting to put together the land management plan.
Yeah, we set a tentative date coming up. I think it might even be next week.
I think
or
it's the
2 weeks from
21st.
now.
Melissa.
Yes.
Okay.
Thanks. And so yeah, I mean, I think the goal is to work together and start to figure
Yeah.
out what, the issues that have been in the last couple of months, and start to hash those out along with the bigger picture as well.
Yeah. So I guess my only other comment in relation to that, and I think Mark, one of the points that Mark made, I think resonated with me, is that, when the CO was put together back in the early 2000s, I don't think anyone had really appreciated what the strategic plan was for Chestnut Hill. And I am a huge supporter of farm and the recreation opportunities that it provides for Southborough. And I know, I have friends in other towns who are super jealous of the fact that we have this facility right on our doorstep. But I think for me, as we look at that land management plan, I think it behooves us to actually look at it within the context of that conservation restriction. Because, when you look at other conservation restrictions in the Southborough area, Breakneck Hill, for example, there isn't the same adjacent usage of that property. So it's something, as Ben said, is the conservation restriction is something that we tend to think of as being something that we absolutely have to ensure compliance with. But there's not very much ever happens, I think, in Breakneck Hill that would require us to be thinking differently about that conservation restriction. So suggesting that we tear the thing up in the air and again, but I do think it would be worth at this point, as we're doing collaborative discussions, to be thinking about, there are things that need to be, called out, whether it's to get clarity of understanding and sure that everyone is on the same page in terms of interpretation. This feels like it's a really good opportunity for us to do that.
Okay. And anything more? We got a big agenda here still.
Whip Beals' hand is up, but I don't know if you want to move on or continue to talk about this.
Yeah, you let Whit in.
Oh, thank you. I actually had a fairly large hand in drafting the conservation restriction for Chestnut Hill Farm, but
yes, you did.
I'm not a disinterested party here, and this certainly is, anyway. I also had I worked professionally both for Sudbury Valley Trustees for 12 years and then for New England Forestry Foundation for 20, and had a hand in protecting thousands of acres of land, both through fee interest and through many conservation easements and restrictions. I just will offer what I learned when I was at New England Forestry was that the Maine Coast Heritage Trust has both one of the largest numbers of conservation easements in the country. And it turns out, because of the nature of the location of most of those easements, the properties change hands frequently. So there are all kinds of questions that come up with respect to interpretation of conservation easements and what they actually say. And Maine Coast Heritage Trust has a solution for solving the gray area issues. And the parties sit down and talk about the easement language, about the gray areas, and if they can come to resolution about moving forward on how the property is managed, they commit that in writing, and both parties sign that document, and it can be put on record. And that helps the future property owner as well as future employees at Maine Coast Heritage Trust, whose obligation is to enforce the terms of those easements. And I think if the trustees and the Conservation Commission can do that, can sit down and talk about where there are gray areas in the conservation restriction and come to resolution and create a document that everybody agrees to, and then it's put on record, then future employees of the trustees and future members of the Southborough Conservation Commission will have a document to look to, and you don't have to go back over the same ground again and again. That's just a suggestion.
Well, okay, so I mean, that's something we can look into.
Good. I mean, it would be short.
Research.
The next step would be amending the conservation restriction, and that's, that takes
That's
a lot of,
months.
yes, it takes a lot of efforts, and if you can avoid that, it's a good thing to avoid.
Yeah. Yeah, that takes, that's a process in and of itself and takes months.
That's right.
Yeah. All right, well, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, nothing more on this at this time. We're going to move on. We've got a number of requests for certificates of compliances plus some other things on the agenda. So we're going to run out of time if we don't move on.
So if it's all right with you, we're going to excuse ourselves unless there's something that we need to stay on for in other business or anything like that.
No, I think you're good to be excused.
Great. Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your time.
Okay, so we now have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6
74
requests
Oak
for-
Hill's continuing. I don't know if that doesn't really help, but
I'm sorry?
74 Oak Hill is going to continue. They didn't get the information that we asked for last time.
Okay. So for these certificate of compliances, if there is more than 3 or 4 minutes discussion on them, we're going to continue them. Okay. So first one is request for certificate of compliance for 7 Liberty Drive, DEP number 290-242.
I think the only comment on this one was that there was a foundation drain. Unless Matt, you have something else that I can't remember.
So this is must be a very old water
Yeah.
conditions. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, this was pretty straightforward. I don't think we need much discussion.
Okay, do I hear a motion to issue the certificate of compliance for 7 Liberty Drive?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Roll call vote, all in favor?
Watson,
Yes.
Smith,
Yes.
Pete,
Yes.
Guyer,
Yes.
Gregory,
Yes.
Passamano.
Yes. Next is a request for certificate of compliance, 9 Wentworth Drive, DEP number 290-1045.
So 9 Wentworth. Peter is here for the next couple ones. I did the inspections for the next 4. For 9 Wentworth, I think the biggest one is that this was the plantings with the pool, and it required survival rate with 2 growing seasons, and it's only been 1. Peter, are you
Okay.
there?
I am. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, good. Thank you. So the only reason why I'm asking for this, I know that it's a 2-year request, but the plants are all doing extremely well. It's all irrigated, and the Friars have asked that we try to get the certificate. So, you know, I've submitted it. It's there. It really came out lovely. I attached pictures to the as-built. We did put the phenos in, and I would ask that you consider it, and if you feel as though you have to push it forward, then you know, we could revisit it in the spring. The growth is all fine, so we had no die off, and it's all irrigated and it's doing great. So that's my assessment.
Do they need this for a refinance or a sale or something?
Yeah.
For some reason, he was asking for it, so I did not press. I just said if it wasn't appropriate, I wouldn't have done it. But
yeah,
it's very appropriate to ask. You did have the 2 seasons. I have no problem with you issuing it. I would promise to go back out in the spring and give you a report. And I will promise you that they'll replace it because they love how the yard came out. They can't be more thankful that you gave them this opportunity to do it this way. The chain link fence is behind, and it just really looks great. It's natural.
I mean, I don't have a problem issuing it. Does anybody else have a reservation?
I would just condition it that, yeah, the report next year be submitted by, you know, September 30th, 2021 of the success, if you guys want to issue it.
Oh, can we condition a certificate of compliance? I thought it was a final step.
Well, not really, because the certificate is going to relieve the burden on the deed.
So you leave it as an ongoing condition because that was a finding, that was a condition in the original order.
What was?
The
2 year growing
of
season?
growth with a report, yeah. So if you want to approve it, then that's the way that I would do it. But if not, I would push it off.
I mean, they may have a reason to want it for refinance with a bank or something, or I don't know, but if the plantings are all doing well, holding the certificate of compliance over their head, you know, through the winter, I don't know. I'm not sure it's reasonable. But I'm only one member.
I like Melissa's idea of just keeping it as an ongoing condition. You know, it's not perfect protection in the way that the open order is, but the plantings have been very, very successful, and I'm comfortable.
All right, so do we hear a motion?
I'll make a motion.
Okay, you're moving your motion forward. Ben, is that correct? You're moving your motion forward?
Yeah, excuse me. Yes, I'm sorry.
Okay. All right, do I hear a second?
Second.
Roll call vote.
Watson,
Yes.
Smith,
Yes.
Pete,
Yes.
Guyer,
Yes.
Gregory,
Yes.
Tasamato.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Next one is request for certificate of compliance, 5 Gilmore Road, DEP 290-1037.
Peter,
This is,
if you just do a quick synopsis.
Sure. So this is Charles, I can't remember his wife's name, but Oliveira. They're at 5 Gilmore. This one definitely is related to refinancing. They put an addition on their house and they did all of the work. I think he needs to pay for it now. He just had the driveway done and it's all in good condition. It's all stabilized. This lot, as you may recall, had a lot of debris that was in the woods, and that was all cleaned up. They did a really nice job here. And I've given you an as-built and again pictures. So if you're inclined to support this one, I would be helpful for that. Thank you.
All right, discussion?
Do I see? Oh, the shed is against the 20-foot, not inside the 20-foot. I'm trying to see what's a dashed line and what's a solid line.
Yeah, that shed's been there. And it does cross the lot line, but it's been there for a long time. They actually painted the shed. It looks good too.
Any other comments, Melissa, Matt?
No, this one, like the yard waste was all removed, and that area looks looks good as well. There's also boulders preventing them to kind of go back even further. So,
All right. So do I hear a motion to issue the certificate of compliance for 5 Gilmore Road?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
Okay, all in favor, roll call vote?
Watson,
Yes.
Smith,
Yes.
Pete,
Yes.
Guyer,
Yes.
Gregory,
Yes.
Passamano.
Yes. Next one is certificate of compliance for 58 Deerfoot Road, DEP number 290-1034.
Yeah, the only thing with this was there's some yard waste dumping again that was removed today. So in that 20-foot and BVW area. So they kind of just mow back. So I think as long as the landscapers stop doing that, and that was the only outstanding issue.
Okay. So we'll hear a motion to issue a certificate of compliance for 58 Deerfoot Road.
So moved.
Is the second?
I'll second. Paul's moving.
Okay, all in favor, roll call vote?
Watson,
Yes.
Smith,
Yes.
Pete,
Yes.
Guyer,
Yes.
Gregory,
Yes.
Passamano.
Yes. All right, next is request for certificate of compliance for 65 Deerfoot Road, DEP number 290-1020.
Peter, if you just want to talk about the changes to the filter strip or what's not actually a change.
Right. So this is for the Rossini residents. This was in addition to the home, and so the filter strip extended all the way out to the edge of pavement. However, they did plantings in the first section of pavement, probably like the first 20 feet, and it just would have looked really awkward to have crushed stone along the edge of the driveway. So the crushed stone is there; it's underneath the mulch. But they brought the mulch down to the edge of the driveway. And then when you got to the end of the planting area and you went into the natural vegetated area, that's where the stone is, right to the surface. So it's achieving the same thing. We've had a lot of heavy rain, as you know, this season, and this has been in place and nothing's washing out. Everything's performing properly. The roof drainage is tied into a collection system that we put in the front yard. So, you know, this is one of those lots. This was Dick Upjohn's house, for those of you who remember Dick.
Yeah.
This lot had a lot of drainage problems, and we fixed them. So this is been a long time coming, but it's done. So I would look forward to a positive vote on this one as well. Thank you.
Any discussion?
Good.
Good. All right, do I hear a motion to issue a certificate of compliance for 65 Deerfoot Road?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
All in favor by roll call vote?
Watson,
Yes.
Smith,
Yes.
Pete,
Yes.
Guyer,
Yes.
Gregory,
Yes.
Passamano.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Do you want to talk about Mark 84 next, Maine, while Peter's here?
Okay.
I don't mind waiting, but if I can do it, it's fairly straightforward. Excuse me. So
You got 90 seconds.
I'm going to take a drink. Excuse me.
Oh, he lost his time.
This was part of the invasive species management program that we had done there, and we had armored the embankment. And then as part of the discussion with DCR, we had talked about doing some formal plantings and the wildflower mix at the top of embankment. John has since decided not to do those formal plantings any longer. Excuse me. We're just going to do the wildflower. And Russell had mentioned that I should be careful on when you can plant the wildflower. So I did check with the horticulturals, and they did recommend that you do that after the first hard freeze. So I said to Melissa, we're probably 30 to 45 days from being able to really initiate the work. And then I want to be ready though. So I would get out there and get all the loam done and pull back some of that armored slope, because that's what I told you I would do. And then we're going to have a minimum of 15-foot wide strip that would be planted with wildflower mix. That's going to come from the New England Wetland Plant Company in Amherst. And then we're going to cover it with a Curlex blanket that's biodegradable. So we have some winter protection, because there won't be any growth on this. We don't want to introduce the sheepgrass. I had suggested that, and it seemed as though that can dominate, and I don't want this to turn into a lawn. It's intended to be wildflower, and that's what we want. And then we'll come back in the spring and make sure we don't have erosion.
Gonna make it?
Excuse me, no more drink. I've got the window open, and I'm sure it's the ragweed. So we'll be ready for spring. I don't want to do the work in the spring. That's the problem, because it can get wet down there. Excuse me, I'm sorry. So if that's acceptable, that's what I'll do. Excuse me. Pardon me. I'm going to mute for a minute.
Okay. Poor Peter here. Oh boy. I think you should close your window.
Hey, I have a quick question.
It's glowing in the window, and my eyes are watering. I apologize. Thank you.
Can I just jump in with a quick question? Peter, you may have answered it and I missed it. The riprap, how much of that is being removed? Is that being completely stripped out?
Just well, not the completely. No. That is the necessary detail there. I mean, that waterway can rise. That's what the detail had been. So we're just pulling it back across the top of the embankment. That's what DCR had suggested.
So the embankment that was formerly vegetated is now.
But it was always armored, Ben. We pulled that was basically years of lack of maintenance that was growing on top of the rock. Every scoop that we pulled out was rock.
Okay.
Without a doubt. I mean, we monitored this going down. I actually have a section that we didn't touch because we couldn't get in there. I'd be happy to go down and show you. I'll pull back because I actually did put the geotextile down, but it's on rock. We stripped.
Okay, so what we were seeing was rock that had been simply overgrown with invasives.
Absolutely, yes.
Okay.
Yes, very much so. And I did provide you with pictures. DCR never went in there and stripped this embankment. I gave you pictures from the view of this in I think it was 1910. I'll be happy to provide them again. That was, I think, the era of the photo, and that was embankment all the way down stone. It's just from lack of maintenance and you know, obviously the movement of the sediments across the property and lack of maintenance, that all grew up. And we've had good, I think we would have already seen the propagation of those invasives coming through. I think the geotextile is definitely going to keep that down.
Okay.
And there was a letter to the effect of what our proposal was from DCR as well that was presented at the last meeting. I think at this meeting, as Melissa had said to me, the expectation was to, you know, are we going to do those formal plantings or not? And John asked me to not put that forward any longer. It didn't seem like there was a lot of support for it. That was the, it was hydrangeas and lavender. So we just took it off the table, and we'll make the strip wider. I think 10 feet, and we're doing 15.
All right, anybody else have any other questions? Any questions from any place?
No.
No. All right. Well, Peter, thank you for the update.
Yep. Thank you very much.
Okay, go get a big drink of water.
just moving quickly back to lot 4 Granule.
Yeah.
They're asking for administrative amendments. So they're actually moving the location of the house, but it's going to be farther away from the wetland, as you can see on the line. So the new proposal is in red. The corner of the garage will be at the same point, but that's now going to be the closest point versus this where the deck used to be. It's now going to be out over here.
Well, he gave himself a lot more room in the back.
Yeah. So I figured since this was, you know, creating less of an impact versus equal or more than just kind of an administrative update would be satisfactory, since that's what we've been doing historically.
It seems appropriate to me.
So if no one has any, I guess, against it, we just need a quick motion to do a administrative amendment to for lot 4 Granule Road, and this plan is shown.
All right, do I hear a motion to execute a administrative amendment for Granule Road Lot 4 as depicted on the plan update?
Yeah, so move.
Second.
Russ seconded. Okay, roll call vote.
Watson,
Yes.
Smith,
Yes.
Pete,
Yep.
Guyer,
Yes.
Gregory,
Yes.
Rossamato.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, next item I see is discussion on Halloran CR.
Did we skip 65, Deerfoot?
No, we did
No,
that.
we did everything.
We did that.
So I guess in the past, we've had some decisions from Aldo, the latest being to issue a cease and desist and essentially record the CR the way it is. And he's happy to help us with that transfer or that process. But ultimately, the Belniak's new lawyer that they were helping, you know, hadn't come up with any other alternatives that would be, you know, cost effective or time effective or, you know, kind of worth anyone's time or money. So this was Aldo's best decision at this time, and that's just kind of what he's went with. So I don't know if we want to hold off for this meeting or kind of at least decide if we want to start moving that opinion forward.
Given the fact that we've got to deal with the Park Central, I would prefer to push the discussion of Halloran CR out, given the time.
Great.
Is there general agreement to that?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Wow, that was fast yeses. Okay. Okay, next up is the issuance of decision for notice of intent, Park Central. So unfortunately, Sherry Wittes had to excuse herself and pick her kids up. I really wanted to have her participate in this process, given her stormwater knowledge and background. So, okay, so open this up for discussion.
So I did send out an updated copy just with some suggestions, and I think there might be some more. So I'll share this if you guys want to start that way. Well, I guess.
That's the update you sent out at 6:29?
Yeah, it was a busy afternoon. I guess the first maybe decision that might be helpful is which decision do you want to look at? I think that statement should be made by all of you first before we start hashing out the finer details, I guess.
Well, so there's the decision of either approving the project based on the plans and information that we received from the applicant, as with any application, or denying the project based on the information that we received from the applicant because they're not going to provide anything additional from this point forward, and the hearing's been closed. And then there is the process of having to write up either the acceptance or the denial items, and making sure that that is accurate. And we have to issue the decision this evening, is that correct?
You did extend the deadline. You know, it'd be good practice, I guess, but it's ultimately up to you. Unless
I mean,
Rebecca-
based on the governor's order, and advice from Attorney Lacey, I did extend the time that we have to issue the, I was a little confused, is it decision or the decision and documents to the applicant?
You extended the time for closing it, right?
No, it's closed.
No, but you originally extended the
So
the
we
meeting
did
one
it.
time.
We did it again
Mhm.
for the decision because it didn't need to be during public meeting. It just needed to be a declaration from the chair. So because we meet every 21 days, we would have to issue the decision, and I'd have to be giving it to the applicant tonight, which isn't possible with COVID. So we
Correct.
extended the issuance date from the 21-day deadline.
Because logistically, there's no way of being able to put a decision in hand by midnight tonight.
Be worth a shot, but I'm not doing that.
But we did close to be clear, we closed the hearing at last meeting. And, the board now has the responsibility of making a decision on the Park Central application, the revised one that we've been working on now for many meetings, of either accepting, the application and proposal as it's been submitted and multiple times revised, or denying it based on, some accurate basis points. So we need to have that discussion. So I guess I'll start. So I think where we got to was a sort of an impasse with respect to a couple of specific items with respect to the design. One was it's mostly around meeting the stormwater requirements that are in the wetlands protection regulations. And one of them is that the act, as it's been interpreted by our consultants, abutters, consultant representatives, and others, that putting stormwater into the on-site wetlands for any amount of time is just not allowed by the Wetlands Protection Act. That has been what the interpretation of that has been. Am I accurate on that point, Lucas Environmental?
Yes, we believe that is correct.
The other point that was identified by Fuss and O'Neill is that the point source discharge, prior to it being put into those wetlands, the water has not been, for lack of a better word, cleaned. Help me, Ben. Processed.
It hasn't been treated to meet the stormwater standards.
Thank you. Yeah. So that's the other point. Now the applicant has said that they're not increasing the amount of water that's leaving the site, but the amount of time the water that will flow leaving the site, it will ultimately flow longer. So, but those are the major wetlands, points of contention that I believe that exist that have not been resolved to the satisfaction of our consultants, abutters consultants, as the Wetlands Protection Act, stormwater standards state as how they have to be met.
Mark, if I could just add one other, I guess, discussion point. I just wasn't sure if the commission was satisfied with the amount of work proposed within the buffer zone, especially within the buffer zone around the vernal pool areas. That kind of took a bit of a backseat to the stormwater stuff, but it was something that we had continued to mention in our review memos and never got a lot of traction from the applicant as far as moving that disturbance, certainly out of the vernal pool buffer zone areas.
Yeah, I must say that the applicant with the revised, revised design and application for, this Park Central parcel did work pretty hard to stay out of the 20-foot no build. They did reduce building counts. I think they went from 143 down to 126. They did eliminate a crossing as part of the design. So there were some improvements in terms of the wetlands protection aspect of the most recent design submitted versus the first one that is still on appeal at DEP. So I just wanted to mention that as part of the record.
I think, Mark, the other point in relation to what you've just raised, and I do again acknowledge that, that the updated plan was, noticeably more appealing than the first plan. We did on at least 2 occasions ask or attempt to engage the applicant in a discussion about what other options there might be in terms of changing the site plans, changing the design approach so that we didn't keep coming up against these issues with stormwater within the wetlands, areas. And I think I was disappointed that we weren't able to have a more constructive dialogue around that, because then I think, as we've seen tonight, where applicants are willing to kind of come with some other alternatives, generally as a commission, we've been able to find a path forward. We may have to, have made some small compromises in certain areas. We may have been able to waiver on certain items, but without that alternative, even on the back of an envelope, which I think Matt Burrell had asked for as well, it was really difficult to see any other way forward than to kind of acknowledge that we haven't been able to reach the standards that we.
Are you referring to like an alternative design that might have reduced the density or changed the design, that sort of thing?
Yeah.
Reduce the amount of stormwater having to be dealt with. Yeah. I think the answer that we got back on that, if I recall, was that it wasn't going to be financially feasible for them to develop the property with a reduced footprint, and was not willing to go down the path of spending a lot of money to come up with that design so that it could be, looked at and reviewed by the commission.
Yeah, and I totally would recognize that we're not looking for applicants to spend money unnecessarily, but even a back of an envelope conceptual design I think would have been helpful to be able to see if we could find a way forward on that basis.
Yeah. So, you know, there's two ways to go here. There's two heads of the coin. So it's either, oh, go ahead, Carl.
Hey, Mark, just, I'm obviously like everybody else, I've been thinking about this. And one way I approached it was, okay, what if we approved it? Could we justify our approval? Because we're probably going to get challenged, to say the least, right? If we approve it. And will we feel comfortable with our justification? And since, as you noted, they're outside consultants and our inside consultants, we want to call them, seem to be in good agreement, and that's what will get challenged. What could we possibly say is a reason for overriding them, right? Now, maybe somebody else has a different reason, but the only reason I could come up with is that it is affordable housing and we should try to make it happen.
Well,
you know,
well,
I'm not saying that's, I'm not saying that's a good reason. That's the best one I could come up with. Maybe somebody else, I mean, you put the thinking cap on, is that if we do approve it, how would you justify or tell other people why you approve this?
So here's a couple of thoughts in that I've thought about and had. So you know, if the board wants to approve it, vote to approve, then we probably would be saying that the amount of water that is going into those wetlands that's containing the stormwater is not going to be detrimental to the wetlands in any way, right? That would be one decision we would be making, right? So before it was you know, detaining feet, now it's inches. I think maybe in one case it's 4 inches, worst case, or something for some period of time. Yeah. So there's that. And there's also the fact that if we denied it, it's going to get appealed to DEP. And if DEP then looks at their stormwater regulations, which, you know, they wrote and they own, and they make the decision that, you know, the amount of water that's being detained is not going to be detrimental to the wetlands. And, you know, they interpret the words that they have in that area of the regulations, and then they go ahead and issue a superseding order conditions. Well, we now no longer have local control. Mm-hmm. Right, so we stand by and watch. So, you know, there's that aspect of if you don't approve it, then that I'm sure that's going to happen. It's going to be appealed. Now, on the flip side, if we do approve it, if I was a betting man, I would probably bet that the budding neighbors and so forth would probably appeal it. Yeah. So it's probably going to end up at DEP either way, but you know, that's just a cloudy crystal ball I have.
So the question is, which side of the fence do we want to be on? Essentially, right?
Well, I think that we have to, you know, we have responsibility of the Wetlands Protection Act, and you know, we have to take the design and we have to put it up against that act and decide whether or not it meets and mitigates the wetlands and the stormwater regulations as the act defines it. That's what we have to do.
Mr. Chairman, could I just make a quick comment on that?
Yes, you
may. I just want to provide a caution that, as you say, Mr. Chairman, the reason to come down differently from where we consultants came down would be, you know, which would be a perfectly fair thing to do, would be to say, actually, you know, these seem to be closed questions, and in the commission's judgment, you know, you think that actually the way that you interpret the stormwater standards, you think that they have been met, as opposed to, we agree that things haven't really been met, but you know, the overriding purpose is so good that we're just going to sort of ignore the compliance with performance standards. If you are going to approve it, you have to find that it complies with performance standards. So, but there certainly can be disagreement about the meaning of performance standards.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I mean, we can't say, oh, well, you know, for the goodness of the town or the financial benefit of the town or whatever, you know, we need to approve this project. We have responsibility to, you uphold the Wetlands Protection Act, and that's what we do. And you know, there are all the rules and regulations in there. It's basically a specification that you have to meet. And you know, I'm an engineer by background, and you either meet the spec or you don't. You know, it's either black or white. There's no gray.
We're talking about which direction where you know, each of us is heading towards here. So just to sort of get it on record, you know, I voted against the first incarnation of the project because of the discharge of untreated stormwater to resource areas, and because of the use of resource areas for the purpose of stormwater treatment and the impact to the resource areas caused by that. The project has changed somewhat, and it's certainly been improved, but those problems still exist, and I still can't get past that. So, you know, I understand the point about retaining local control, but you know, do we want to retain local control of a bad project? You know, for me, the right thing is I can't approve a project that so flagrantly fails to meet the stormwater standards.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, I was just bringing up the point that you know, once it goes to DEP, and if they were to issue a superseding order, you know, the local control is no longer here. And since I've been on the commission for as long as I've been on the commission, I can't remember them ever not upholding our decision. So, no, you know, it might be a case someplace I'm not recalling, but I really don't remember one.
I can go next. So I'll more or less echo what we've heard. I was very pleasantly surprised by how accommodating Capital Group has been in, you know, making changes, making the project better, moving things around. You know, there was clearly a ton of work and money that went into making the project closer to what we were looking for. And I just, as we went to all these meetings and saw, you know, these huge volumes of paperwork, I just kept thinking eventually we would get a plan that complied with everything. I was just really surprised at the end that, you know, all the time and effort and money that had gone into it, the last step wasn't made to make it compliant. So I mean, to me, as we've heard, it's not compliant. We've got external counsel, we've got our consultants, we've got other people's consultants, and everybody seems to be saying the same thing. And it makes sense when you read what needs to be done. But I think there's some kind of credit to be given for the work that they went into making the changes they did, and to, you know, in some ways making the case here somewhat clearer. There's only a few things that we need to cite relative to what maybe there would have been before. But yeah, I'm, you know, along the lines with Ben and Mark. We're not seeing a project here that meets the requirements that have to be met. So yeah, I don't see how we find in favor and are able to justify that, given all the voices we've heard on the other side.
Thanks, Jeff.
Yeah, I'll follow up.
Just to finish, I don't know if everybody went through all the points in Melissa's document. I sort of went through and circled the ones that I thought are important to focus on, and indicated the ones that I thought were sort of ancillary and I was less interested in. I don't know if at some point we have to go through all those points or what the plan is, but at some point I guess we have to do that.
So I'll go next. You know, I've been on the commission for 18 months. I think, and maybe Jeff will agree with this. It's, you know, it's a steep learning curve to become a conservation commissioner, and you know, it's been a kind of a really a journey of education for me, and kind of appreciated everyone else's support on the commission for me understand, and certainly on this project, I've learned an awful lot about the very, very, you know, critical thinking that you have to go into in order to make sure that we are interpreting the Wetland Protection Act in the very best way. And I also give support to Jeff's point about the work that Capital Group has and its associates have put into this. And as I said earlier, I am disappointed that we weren't able to kind of find a path forward that would allow us to, without reservation, approve this NOI. But based on the evidence that we've been provided by, you know, internal and external consultants and council, I can't support approving it either.
Right, thank you.
I'll save time and money, or time and words anyway, and just jump right on. And I'm right with Ben with the stormwater management. It's just, it's better, but it's not there.
Yeah. I kind of fall on the side of that, you know, the words that are in, you know, the stormwater regulations in the Wetlands Protection Act, they state what they state. And if the design doesn't meet what they state, then it's not up to me to interpret it any other way. You know, I don't have the ability to decide that they didn't mean the words they wrote down and it should be something else. You know, it is what it is. Now, if DEP wants to say, oh, hey, you know, you're going to put some untreated water in these wetlands that were, you know, determined to be wetlands, you know, collectively between the applicant and the commission, right? We agree that they were wetland resource areas. And if DEP wants to say, hey, you can put untreated stormwater in there and you can detain it, you know, however many inches it is, and it's not going to harm the wetland, I guess they can make that call. I don't feel that I can. And I think, you know, the applicant was hoping that we would see our way through that and say, hey, you know, it's not going to harm the wetland. Now, one could make the argument that, you know, if we were to get a rainstorm event and it were to rain 8 inches in 2 days, is it going to raise the water in those wetlands? Yeah. Is it going to harm them? I don't know. I don't, you know, is that water going to be detrimental to them or whatnot? But again, that's Mother Nature. That's not, you know, somebody purposely going about putting water in it that is untreated and raising the level for some period of time. That the regulation says you can't do.
There's also a difference in stormwater coming from, you know, the woods in the surrounding area and coming off of a large parking lot.
Roof and so forth, yeah. All right, so what I'm hearing is that people are falling on the side of a denial here based on those points as being major ones of concern. So I guess, Melissa, the process would be to take a vote and then move through the decision document, or do you have to vote on the document itself?
I would probably vote on the document itself, unless Rebecca.
It's going to take some time to go through that.
Yeah.
I do agree that the vote should be on the document. I mean, it can always be, you know, subject to final modifications to be agreed to, you know, between the agent and counsel or the agent and consultants. But yes, given that you guys seem to be in agreement that you're going to issue a denial, I don't think you need to take a formal vote to then move on to the next step of considering the document.
Okay.
Could I make a suggestion, Mark? I have been able to read through Melissa's document. She's done an exceptional job of capturing the reasons why I feel it necessary to deny the project. Rather than go through point by point, in going through that very lengthy process as a group. Perhaps singly, we could each do a quick review, a final review of Melissa's document. And when we're all done and back looking at the cameras, if anybody, of course, wants to propose a change, we'd have a time to do it. And if everyone's okay with the document, we could simply move forward and vote. In the interest of.
Anybody not, I've read it. Has anybody not read it?
I just want to make sure everyone has read the latest one that I sent out. Like
I did not read the latest one. It
What
showed up in my inbox like at 6:39.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. What is different?
So I can share my screen and go over the changes. That's up
Okay.
to you guys. Do you want me to do that?
Did everybody read the latest revision?
I was able to.
You were able to?
Yes.
I'm with you, Mark.
You weren't able to? No.
No, I didn't read the latest one. I did read the earlier one, yeah.
So if everyone's read the first one, maybe we can just have Melissa go through the changes. I mean, was there anything on the original one that anyone had a concern over?
16B says development rats
Oh, yeah, there was a couple of typos, yeah.
Yeah,
here and there.
I think I got that one.
I mean, there are some of the bullets that I think are less consequential than others. I mean, the points about minimizing lawn within the buffer, I feel like if we, made that a major point with capital, they might have changed something a little bit, but it's not, to me, the essence of why we're denying. So I don't know how critical it is to sharpen it to the key points versus leave all the little points. I mean, I think we probably agree with most of them at some level.
So I thought Melissa had structured this document was really excellent, because in defining what the issue is, it's what I call an inversion document. If you invert the issue, it becomes a positive statement of what we were looking for that hasn't been provided. So that said, I also understand what Jeff's point is. So maybe as we go through, if Melissa shares the screen and we go through this final version, maybe the points that we feel are the most important, we can just bold so that we keep the entirety of the issues, but bold the points that are most significant. Does that work?
Yeah, yes, but I agree with Jeff that particular point that you brought forward there, Jeff. I think that's a nit.
Okay, so I'll start sharing this. This is the summary of findings. I got really nitpicky just now and I realized that I didn't put the dates in order, so don't worry about that. And then Attorney Lacey mentioned about putting her letters in. I didn't know if I should have done that. So she said yes. And then I expanded on standard 2 to just kind of further clarify that they're not allowed to alter wetland resources areas to comply with the standards.
Is the wording you had there, Melissa, is that out of the Wetlands Protection Act?
So
out of the Stormwater Handbook?
Yeah, so most of these were pulled from comment letters, provided by Fuss and O'Neill and Lucas Environmental, and then also just discussion points that I had taken from, just meetings in general. So most of the under number 1 here was taken pretty much exclusively from Fuss and O'Neill in their last letter and what the outstanding issues were of their points of why they didn't feel like it met the stormwater standards.
Okay.
So I think most of those are, kind of for word. And then just a blanket statement that, they're regulated by the WPA. And then one of Matt or Chris's comments was to kind of expand on what altering meant, so putting in the definition from the regs. And then also something I kind of went back to and specifically stated which ones were going to be altered. And then another comment that, right, so I think like we talked before that we don't allow waivers, so we don't have discretionary approval to allow them to do this. Expanding on the, the old detention basins are resource areas, and therefore the exemptions for under the 1996 policy are not applicable.
For point 7, which is coming into view, I'm sort of mixed on whether we want that in there. I'm not sure they're required to demonstrate that. So I'm not sure if it's really a reason for denial that they haven't. I mean, if they did it really well, maybe it would be part of our justification for approval or something. I don't know. But I don't know. I have mixed feelings about point 7 being included.
Can I comment on that, Mr. Chairman? Because I have that same opinion, and I do, because an alternatives analysis is only required in one place in the wetlands regs, which is, in for riverfront area. I do think that this is a point that sort of doesn't belong here. And one reason being is that the converse, if they had shown that it was financially infeasible to change the project in any way, that still wouldn't be a reason to approve the design that doesn't comply with performance standards. So I personally am uncomfortable with this point, but I don't feel strong.
I agree as well.
So should we take out 7A?
Yeah.
Did we want to take out 6, which is the lawn point we just referred to, Jeff and Mark? I think you'd agreed on, or you'd concurred with.
Yeah,
Is anyone against taking out 6? Or forever hold your peace? No? Okay, 6 is gone. Does anyone have an issue with getting rid of what's now 6 and 6A, which was 7?
Can I just, is 6 really saying that, because they say it's financially infeasible, is what they're really saying is if they have to comply with the Wetland Protection Act, they won't build it. So that's essentially what it says, right?
Well, yeah,
because they're not going to build something that's financially, they essentially told us we have to comply. We're not going to build it, right?
Yeah, I mean, yes, essentially, that they have
to telling us. I mean, it's
in order to treat all the water and not use the wetlands to detain it whatsoever.
It became infeasible.
They have to do so much other design work up there that they can't put what they want to put up there to make it financially feasible, if you spin it around the other way.
Yeah.
But I mean, that's not our call to make one way or the other. Right?
I mean, I think what we're saying is that is not a reason for us to deny the application.
Right.
We would like to see an alternative analysis. We think it could possibly have helped us move forward to a solution, but that's not a reason to deny it, because the reasons that we stated above are the fundamental reasons for denying the application.
Right.
So this is more about us and the process that we have gone through to get to this point. So I mean, I think we all know that it's there, but if this is a statement of the reason for denial, it probably doesn't fit in here.
Yeah, I think that, 6 and what says 7A, they need to be striked out.
Yeah, fine.
All right, so it's gone.
You can also debate the NOAA Atlas 14. Are they under any obligation to do that? I mean, we would like them to, obviously.
Yeah, this has been, the DEP still has not officially adopted NOAA Atlas 18, so they're technically not.
So it's not a requirement.
So next, the NOAA Atlas.
Yep.
Okay.
They said they did. Didn't they say they did that? I mean, I think they.
It doesn't matter. It
Doesn't matter if they did or didn't.
I know.
It's not a reason for denial.
It's just brought back to mind that I think they said because they went to the higher amounts.
Okay. So the next one. The applicant has not provided a complete performance standards analysis for all resource type impacts demonstrating full compliance with all performance standards. It's pretty broad, but.
Yeah, I don't know what that means.
Isn't that the same as points 1 and 2 or something?
I can maybe shed some light on that. So they had, it's part of the application. So each resource type, BVW, bank, land underwater, has its own set of performance standards. And typically the process is you demonstrate how you're meeting the performance standards by sort of addressing each standard and clearly stating how you meet it. And basically they never submitted a complete analysis of all the standards. I think they submitted it just for BVW. So that was really why that was there. It was requested a couple of times, I believe, and it was just never submitted.
So that should really be worded.
Worth denying.
That should be really, I was going to say that should really be worded that the applicant only provided performance standards for BVWs and not all other resource types, something like that, as requested by the commission. It's too broad and vague.
I think that would be accurate.
Has only provided a analysis.
A complete performance standard analysis for BVW.
Yeah, I might say has demonstrated full compliance with the BVW performance standards. Because that's really what it gets down to. It's not just submitting an analysis, it's demonstrating that they've actually met the standards.
I think you're one bullet down from where you want to be.
Yeah, going up, back up. I'm gonna go to 9.6, whatever.
No wonder it didn't make sense. Okay, has not. What am I writing?
The applicant has not provided a complete performance analysis standards.
Should I do a subsection that say the only complete analysis was done for BVW?
No, just after analysis or after 4, put only provided for BVW. Has only provided.
Right here.
Back to not only.
Let's say not provided, but has demonstrated compliance with the BVW standards.
Sorry, not to be nitpicky. I mean, haven't we said that they didn't comply with BVW standards? Yeah. They're altering the wetlands with the stormwater, so.
Yeah, didn't we? Yeah, that seems.
Oh, that's a good point.
Yeah.
They provide the analysis, but we just think it's wrong.
I think it works
Yeah, I mean,
as originally written.
It's a little tricky because the BVW performance standards don't really talk a lot about stormwater. They focus more on, direct impacts, things like that.
Should we just say that the applicant has not provided a complete performance to standards, or has not provided evidence of complete performance to standards, right? Something like that?
No, because it's a performance standard. Like it's,
And I now understand what,
Standards analysis that's not being provided, yeah?
I understand what it means now, but I didn't understand it without an explanation.
Yeah.
Do we just list the resource types that are missing?
How about the applicant hasn't proven complete performance to standards or something like that?
Matt, do you want to have a go at wordsmithing?
I now think
Okay,
it's
so
fine the
I
way it
can-
is.
Or the applicant,
how about just of each resource area at the end?
Oh, boy.
the applicant has not demonstrated that they've fully met the performance standards for all resource types on this impacted on the site.
They have met the standards, the performance
Performance
standards
standards.
Yeah.
for,
For all resource areas impacted on the site.
it's too many colors. Sorry guys. So the applicant has not demonstrated that they have met the performance standards for all resource areas impacted on the site.
Is it all resource area types? Or resource
Yeah.
areas impacted?
Now, resource area types is probably more accurate.
Okay.
Okay. Moving on.
No, but I can't go on
The
mute.
applicant has not provided adequate quantity and quality of proposed resource area mitigation to meet all applicable performance standards.
And this one, if I can speak to this one for a second. So this was really, I had put this in the last comment memo, really just sort of posing the question to the commission as to, did they feel that the proposed mitigation, which were the, I think, 3 wetland mitigation areas and the stream daylighting, if all other things being equal, if that mitigation was adequate to meet the performance standards for the, like, mainly the direct impacts to BVW. And that's, you know, I think there were a few little odds and ends that I would have liked to have seen them add to really get it to 100% where it needed to be, but I thought it was pretty close.
Matt,
So is that even worth putting in here at this point?
or do you think that what I might have added later, you know, talking about this one might be more, I know it's so difficult. Sorry. Oh, no, not that one. It was something about the restoration areas.
Anybody remember the ratio, the replacement ratio for the disturbances?
Oh, this one. I think. Or I guess even just kind of a series of these. Would that overtake?
What is restored in C2?
So one of the things that they had said they have some temporary, they have permanent impacts and they have temporary impacts. The temporary impacts, they said, they're just temporary and it'll just turn back into wetland without them doing anything. And typically, if you're saying that that's going to return to wetland, then you're at least grading it out and seeding it or something. And they had just said It was just gonna be magic, I guess. I don't know.
Well, what's the word restored in space SITU mean? Situ.
In place.
In place.
In situ
Oh,
just means in
okay.
place.
So the bottom line is we never got to the place where we discussed this.
Yeah, we didn't drill down into some of these details because, you know, it was clear that, you know, the big issue of the stormwater, you guys said, is this as far as you're going? And they said, yeah, this is as far as we're going. So everything else somewhat kind of fell to the side.
So if you go back up where you were before, I don't think we need that. Yeah, that.
So this one's gone.
That's my opinion.
Anyone say otherwise?
I mean, Matt said that they were pretty close. I mean,
Yeah, I think it's fine.
Feels kind of similar about the next one.
Yeah, again, that was one where it appeared as though there was probably room to pull things back, and they just said, no, that's where it's going.
yeah.
And there was really not any discussion.
So delete this one.
Yeah, I think that should be striked.
Anyone else? Nay? Okay.
Yeah.
So we already got rid of that one. And then
Yeah, the BLSF one was sort of in the same vein where they had, you know, we had pointed it out and they had moved things a little bit and minimized it a little bit and add a little bit more mitigation. But again, all things being equal, I think it was, you know, there was still more room to move there, but is it the basis to deny them? Probably not.
Probably not.
so nix it.
I think so.
Okay. The restoration.
Yeah, it's this.
That was kind of a bigger one.
So they were daylighting those streams, which I thought was really a great idea and a great addition to the project. But it seemed to be pretty much kind of the minimal effort that they could do and still take some credit for. Which, you know, when you do something sort of that way, it kind of opens it up to just fill in with invasives, in my experience. So sometimes it ends up being an actual net drawback to the project. If you do it sort of halfway and it just all fills in with invasives, then what have you really accomplished?
Yeah, but again, I think that's one of the ones that doesn't, you know, get right in the face of why it's a denial.
Yep.
Matt, I have a question. Getting into the details on that, do they meet the state DEP guidelines for restoration at a minimum on this, or were they below the minimum threshold for their numbers?
Well, it was never clear exactly if they were taking credit for the stream daylighting as mitigation or not. They were doing it, and it was sort of implied that it was mitigation, but it wasn't like it was part of the BVW replication, from what I remember. So it was sort of an extra that I would guess they might argue to say, well, we don't have to meet the standards because it's technically not part of the BVW mitigation. I think all the BVW mitigation did meet the standards for the number of plantings.
Yeah, so I'd strike that.
Thought this was kind of important just to get also.
It is. Yeah, that's important to state.
Yeah.
You know, this is kind of the catch-all, probably kind of be put at the end, you know, if I reorganize this a little bit, you know, in that we we cannot condition this application to be or to meet the standards set forth in the Wetlands Protection Act. So it's just kind of like a summary of all the points, but.
So, so I think that the commission makes no finding of the applicability of the Southborough Wetlands bylaw, stormwater bylaw should be kept just above what you have as 15 with a line through it, or that should make its way up further in the document.
Okay.
I don't know what other commission members would feel it's a better fit, earlier in the document or at the end. Maybe Attorney Lacey has an opinion.
I don't have a strong opinion. I would say either. I agree with you that it shouldn't be sort of in the middle, but I have no opinion as to beginning or end.
Yeah, so maybe at the end.
That's not a reason for denial. It's just an observation that we can't force them.
Right. So this,
right.
Yeah, this document is just the summary of the findings. So it's not necessarily why, it's why we denied it, but it's also things that came up during the hearing as well.
Yeah.
So we did not review the project against the Southborough Wetlands bylaw or the stormwater bylaw. That's what that's saying.
Oh, that's the one before that. Yeah. I thought we were talking about the next
No,
one.
I'm just saying we either want to put that right above, the final comment there, or at the beginning.
I mean, actually, so now that I've thought about it a little bit more, the beginning might actually be good because you could say it as the first thing and say, you can say it as the first thing and then you say, the commission finds that the project does not meet the requirements of 310 CMR 10 or all the next, 15 reasons and stuff.
Yeah, good point.
Okay, so have those two together first. Well, not together, but yeah, okay. I've lost my mind. All right. So in this one right after it. Okay. Gotta make sure all this renumbers correctly.
Yeah.
Yeah, watch out for that.
Yeah, I know. Let me separate these a little bit so it's easier to read, but okay. This was just kind of something that we would have conditioned on the approval. So don't know if you necessarily want to include it, but they were kind of referencing that some of their mitigation was because they were treating the stormwater from the highway.
That again is another observation, right?
Yeah, I don't think that's that needs to be here.
Okay.
Well, I guess, one thing to think of on these is it seems like we're eliminating a lot of them. Would it make sense to break it into sections for saying, whatever reasons for denial and then other findings of fact or something? Because I think these are all legitimate points that are true and, may have some bearing if it is appealed for DEP to look at and potentially think about, rather than just kind of scrapping them entirely.
I'm a little hesitant to clutter the denial up with a lot of, low-level noise. I'm not saying that, they don't have any merits. But, the applicant has not provided complete. Did we ask them for it? Did they tell us no?
Yeah, anything that's on here that says that it wasn't provided, it was asked for.
Yeah.
They're going to have their legal team go through this with a fine-tooth comb, I'm sure. And I'm just, I don't know that is a reason for denial. Personally.
Yeah, and I guess what I'm
Yeah.
saying is it doesn't necessarily have to be listed as a reason for denial. It can just be listed as a finding of fact related to the application.
Don't we have that as a matter of all the records? Meeting content? Right, all your.
There's a
your review
lot of
letters and so
meeting
forth?
content to go through.
I understand that.
Yeah, so I guess, you know, what Matt's saying is that instead of having this summary of findings as this title, you know, this would be more of findings of denial. And then the second section would be, you know, more of a summary of facts, you know, kind of other material that necessarily didn't lead to the denial, but was requested and was not provided. That, you know, might be low noise, but all the low noise kind of ends up to a dull roar after a while.
Well, I've never done a denial in the past like that, so I don't know.
Yeah, and I don't know if Attorney Lacy has an opinion as to whether it just mucks things up on appeal or if it provides some value.
I mean, I would lean towards including things, you know, because even if, just because they seem to be smaller, little nitpicky details, to me, that's not a reason not to include them. I think the only reason not to include them would be if you really felt that it wasn't a request that had been adequately made to the applicant. But, you know, I think the requests were, you know, pretty, or I mean, I can't speak to all of them, but I know that Matt very clearly made requests in his comments. And so if he's identified these as things that were explicitly requested and weren't provided, I think those are all worthy of inclusion. And one reason to put them in would be that it, you know, it could be that that DEP does adopt the applicant's interpretation of the stormwater, of how to apply the you know, standard 2. I mean, I think we're right, but it's it's not set in stone as to what the meaning of that is. So if DEP does come down on the other side on the stormwater stuff, I think it would make sense for us to have in the record. But okay, well, hey, there still are all these other things that they really didn't do a good job on. So like DEP, you should also, you know, look at these things. So I would lean towards keeping them in.
And Mark, just one other point as well. A lot of the items in here, you know, at the time, they're the consultants' opinions that were submitted. And I don't know how many of these the board directly discussed. I know there was some discussion on some points, but if the board didn't issue a formal opinion or vote on it, it could muddle the water for DEP if they're looking at this to say, all right, well, that was the consultant's opinion. How did the board decide? Did you agree with them? Did you not agree with them? What was the board's opinion on this? And having a list in here, even if it wasn't for the denial, but having a fact of finding of where the board stands with these would be useful for DEP, I would think, for an appeal. And I know in the previous denial, I know it was like a 122-page document where all the comment letters from all the consultants were submitted. And I know a lot of that was submitted as part of the denial as well, for the record.
Okay.
You could have another section which is like other minor omissions and findings. You could even say that, you know, I don't know if you want to say that it's not extensively discussed or something.
I mean, I don't think we shouldn't like undersell ourselves, undermine ourselves.
Yeah, minors are good. Yeah.
I mean, it could just, you know, one's a findings of fact under the denial, and the other just can be other findings of the commission considered during denial.
I mean, I think you still leave off stuff like the, demonstrating the project financial feasibility. But you could bring back like the lawn and the replication areas and stuff like that.
Yeah, I agree. Right. I would still leave out anything that doesn't speak directly to a specific performance standard. So, you know, like regarding the financial feasibility. But yeah, anything that speaks to
well, the line should still be removed based on that.
So what would we want to call the other section?
Wait, so can I just circle back to why keep it as a separate section, I guess? Because I guess I feel like they should all be listed as reasons for denial. And so even if maybe, you know, DEP thinks that some of the smaller ones, you know, weren't adequate reasons for denial, well, we still had 12 good reasons for denial. So to me, they're all reasons for denial.
Yeah, I don't think separating out another section makes a lot of sense.
All right. So do you want to bring
Either
some of
they're
the other ones
either they're
back?
viable items to be here or they're not.
So is there any that we want to bring back then? So we'll keep, I mean, are we leaving the lawn out?
I mean, I think so.
I mean, there's sort of the generic one of quantity and quality of resource area mitigation,
So bring this one back in.
which I think also speaks to the stream bed, does it not? If it's a little different.
No, not that one. Okay. What about the wastewater treatment reserve area?
I mean, that I don't think that stays in. That's just, you know, sort of somewhat of opinions in gray area.
Mm-hmm.
That's my personal opinion.
This one's a repeat. And then BLSF.
I think minimization of impacts is always sort of the
Yeah,
first.
that one should come back, I guess.
The stream bed restoration.
Matt was a little bit on the fence on that one. I think we keep it strucken out personally, but.
Right. And then, you know, these were just kind of some other ones that we would have conditioned during an approval, saying that we, you know, would needed to look at, that were, you know, requested of.
And it kind of gets back to, you know, if they're saying the stream daylighting is part of the mitigation package, then an incomplete design to me is part of a reason for denial, because they're not, you know, they're not providing all the information you need for it to be successful. You know, it's as if they were to does give you a design for a BVW mitigation area, but not to say what elevation it's going to be dug to. Just say, well, we'll dig it somewhere. Yeah, it doesn't really do you any good.
And if they don't actually identify it as mitigation, they don't really have to do it, right?
Yeah, and I think that's part of, I mean, to me, I think it's part of, you guys should presume that it is part of the mitigation.
So I thought we already went through 11, 12, and 13 and they were staying.
Yeah.
Didn't we?
Yeah.
I think we jumped around, but.
It renumbered, Mark. Those
Yeah.
formally number, I think it was 16, 17, and 18.
Well, yeah, but the reason why I recognize is there's an extra space
Yeah,
between 11 and 12.
It's deja vu all over again.
Right,
Was
there's an
everyone
extra
fine with
space
11?
between 11 and 12.
And then that kind of goes about the same
You got 2 periods.
process. Yeah. I think one got edited in.
I have a question on, there was a comment in there about the DOT authorization for permission to be on the property. I thought they did provide documentation that they had authorization to work on DOT owned land. Is that not the case?
Not that I remember. Unless I.
Well, presumably that's something that could probably be looked up before this is final, right?
Well, we have to vote on it tonight.
I think did we get rid of that one?
I believe you deleted it.
Okay.
I don't know where it went. It was comment number 16 in the document when we started.
Okay.
It was number 16 in the comment when we started this. And I guess this might be a question for Rebecca. I guess we encountered a case where if you didn't have permission from the property owner to do the work, Mass DEP's Boston Legal Department automatically denied the NOI and forced the applicant to refile. I know in the previous iteration of this, there was some debate about that, and I thought the authorization was worked out. I would say if they didn't, I would keep that comment in there.
Yeah, no, I mean, right, I agree that if they do have to have owner's permission for anywhere that they're proposing to do work. So yeah, that is a fundamental.
So this is referring to the 495 runoff?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that was in here. Where'd it go?
I think we fully rejected it. Hold on. I'll get it back.
I just know in DEP's legal department interjected if you didn't have permission to be on the property, denied the NOI outright, and forced them to refile with the proper permissions before anything proceeded. So
there it is.
It was an odd case. I suggest leaving that in there, unless we know for a fact they had the authorization, which I don't know if that's something the commission wants to leave that in there pending staff of the consultant's confirmation. We could look into that tomorrow, if that's appropriate.
I think that's fine. Leaving it in there.
I mean, if they do, they'll just give it to DEP, right? And
right.
It'll be right.
I mean, the way I read this is that they haven't provided the documentation to prove that they've got permission. So if Melissa doesn't have it, that's a correct statement. It doesn't say they haven't got it. It just say that we haven't seen, the documentation to prove that they've got it. So I think that's fine as it is.
Mm-hmm. Okay, moving on.
I think that's, I think the one thing that's kind of gotten weirdly cut out is the reference to the Weiss Farm Apartments decision we've decided to take out.
This one.
Just getting a little into the weeds, I think. So that's all.
I guess the other thing that you would want to talk about is, I think, like what Chris mentioned earlier in talking about attachments to this and what do you want to include? Do you want to include all of our comment letters from Lucas, Fasten O'Neill, and Attorney Lacey that are listed here, as the attachments at the end?
We did last time.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
So, yeah, I mean.
Why would we not?
We did last time, and we've noticed, we actually just had a hearing voted on last night in another town where DEP claimed they didn't have several of our supplements for the developer. And we have tracking information, so we know they have them. But, DEP's claiming before they voted on that they didn't receive several of our supplements that were submitted. So with COVID, there's been an issue with things making it to DEP offices, so they may not have it. I don't think it's going to hurt to attach it. So make sure that way you ensure that DEP has everything that you want them to have.
Yeah, I mean, these are all documents that were reviewed and it's part of our denial evidence. So we should provide that as evidence within this denial.
Yeah, it also shows that we agreed on a lot of stuff.
So,
is there anything else, Chris, that you think we should also include?
I think this addresses it.
Okay.
Most of the comments, unless Matt has anything else to add.
Or even as attachments, if there's something we should reference.
No, we're referencing, because I know they had submitted some of that last plan set that had addressed some of the issues from the abutter. And that's the date of the most final they submitted.
Yep.
yeah, we definitely want to have that last plan set that has the revisions that, Butter Jack Bilini was looking for.
So let's just, not to kill the horse, but go through it one more time, I guess, make sure that we have everything back in that we want, deleted that we want. I'll also kind of look at my other one too, to make sure that none of the other ones got weirdly deleted. Okay. So everyone's okay. The first two, we just moved up.
Yep.
And then does not meet the stormwater standards, 1, 2, and 3. Is everyone okay with the language, just putting in the definition of alter? I think a big fact was that we do not consider it de minimis. Not the stormwater 1996 policy, and therefore the BMPs, they can't, utilize those. Lawn is still out. The alternatives is still out. Has not demonstrated that they have met the performance standards for all resource area types impacted on the site.
Yep.
The wastewater treatment is still out. The lawn is still out. BLSF is back in. Stream bed restoration is still out. This one was moved.
Melissa,
Yeah.
was there ever one, or did it not make it in about the, again, not to harp on it too much, but the work in the buffer zone to the vernal pools?
There was something in there.
It was in here. That's why I was going through. Let's see.
Search on vernal.
So it was 5 in the original document.
Oh yeah, this one. Is that what you were just looking for?
Yeah, I think that
Okay.
that was, I just wanted, because I don't recall talking too much about it. I want to make sure the commission
Yeah.
was.
And then we also included the monitoring plan. That was at the end. Okay. All right. Oh God. So that's moved. The riffle bed. That. Okay. And then I don't know if you can see this pretty clearly, but I also just put very clearly no work is being approved with this denial of the order of conditions.
I saw that earlier. That was good.
Yeah. You never know. Okay. You don't. Right. I'm just looking through the old one just to make sure nothing else got weirdly taken out. Okay. So what I can do really quickly too is clean this up and just stop track changing. If people want to see the clean version, or if they're good with seeing it all marked up, then, you know, you can make your decision pending final updates to the attachments of the comment letters and kind of final review of an just administrative formatting between the agent and consultants.
Okay, so the motion would be something like, motion to, issue a denial in the Park Central based on the findings stated in this document, pending final edits and review.
For formatting and attachments.
Formatting, yeah.
There'll be no more editing.
Formatting and review. I shouldn't say edits, formatting.
Yeah.
Or formatting edits.
And attachments. Yeah.
And added attachments.
So moved.
Somebody want to make that motion?
So moved.
Carl makes the motion.
I'm awake.
Is there a second?
Second.
Oh, Ben can have it.
All right, Watson,
Yes.
Smith,
Yes.
Pete,
Yep.
Dyer,
Yes.
Gregory,
Yes.
Pasmato.
Yes.
Okay. Hey guys, we still have to issue 17 Ward. I'm sorry.
Was that
Still have
Mr.
to issue-
Lewis?
What was that?
What did you just say? I missed it.
We still have to issue 17 Ward.
Oh.
Stormwater management permit for 17 Ward.
This will be super fast though, I promise. Okay, so basically, this is September.
That was,
Oh, this is the one I
we
sent.
did that
to
last
myself.
year, didn't we? Yeah.
No, this is fine. I just sent the wrong one to myself. Okay. Can you still see the new one or no? No.
That was 7 Chestnut Hill.
Yeah. All right. So it's today. It's at 17 Ward Road. The only condition was that they perform test pits relative to the 2 proposed infiltrator units and information, stating that the locations are appropriate and submitted to the office.
Hey, Sherry off or anything? How does that work?
What was that?
Sherry's not here. I saw her name. Or is everyone's name there and just only certain people sign?
I think, yeah, because she was there during the discussion, so that's okay.
Okay.
But I wasn't.
I'll take you out. You were gonna be when I was
know.
writing this.
All right, I'm gonna sign off. Good night, all.
Good night. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Did it just stop? I'm sorry, guys.
I'm gonna sign off as well.
Thanks,
Good
Chris.
luck on the next vote, and I'll talk to you all soon.
All right,
Chris.
All right, Chris.
Thanks, Chris.
Good night.
All right, is there any questions about this one?
Not for me.
Motion? Anyone?
We have a motion to issue the stormwater permit for 17 Ward Road. Findings and decision as documented.
So moved.
Your second?
Second.
All in favor, roll call vote?
Watson,
Yes.
Pete? Oh,
Yep.
Smith, sorry.
Yes.
Gregory, oh. Guyer, anyone?
Yes.
Pasamato,
Yes.
and then Russ, you just go away. It's fine. I went all ways. Okay, we're done. Oh, actually, no, we're not. One Willow. Did anyone look at the document I uploaded about Dwayne Brecking?
Read a little bit about it.
So they're demolishing a single family house on Willow. And they're
It's right up in
claiming,
that corner, right by the bridge and the
yeah, so
street.
it's really like 50, 60 feet from a, you know, they call it a drainage ditch, but all of our records show it as a wetland. They're claiming exemption because they're turning impervious to pervious, but our bylaw doesn't have that exemption, but our bylaw has an exemption for residential maintenance or replacement, and they're tearing it down. So we never have allowed that to be exempt.
So then it's a no. Not exempt.
If we've never allowed it before, I'm not inclined to start making exceptions right now.
They've got deep pockets. They're making money hand over fist up there.
And I think this also just kind of goes to show the weird kind of exemptions in our bylaw, because it's strange for a replacement of a single family home to be exempt because it's kind of less restrictive than the WPA, since that exemption doesn't exist. So I don't know.
I mean, I don't care how much money they have or don't have, but it's
No, I don't either. But we try to go out of our ways when there's a homeowner that is obviously hurting or you know it's an encumbrance. This isn't the case. That was my point.
Oh, all right. Yeah, I see what you mean.
So you guys would ultimately kind of agree that an NOI would be required.
Yep.
Yeah.
I just want to confirm because I said I would, because they tried. So all right, other than that, I'm really done.
Are you sure?
Yep. And if I'm not, I don't care anymore.
Anybody want to chit chat for another 10 minutes?
We got 9 minutes till midnight.
Why? So we can go into next week, huh? Yeah, sure.
All right. Do I hear a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
A second?
Second.
Okay.
Watson,
Yes.
Smith,
Yes.
Pete,
Yep.
Geyer,
Yes.
Gregory,
Yes.
Pasamato.
Yes.
Okay. Have a nice night, everyone.
Good night, all.
Night.
Thank you.
Good night, everybody.
Enjoy your evening.